Good morning, testing, testing. Karen, Sydney, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. And welcome to the, okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our meeting of June 1st, 2026. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:07, and I apologize to everyone for the delay. We have quite a crowd here. To the best of my knowledge, my limited knowledge, I don't think we ever had such a crowd ever before in the last 7 years, and probably even longer. But anyway, I'm love to see democracy in action, and I think this is a great demonstration thereof. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you. Through your worship, two things, if I may. One, I would like to read the ratepayer acknowledgement today, if possible. Two, before any action or items are called, I'd like to ask that any member of council who sits on the library board and who participated in the library board's deliberation and recommendation with respect to the Port Severn Library relocation matter give consideration to declaring a non-pecuniary conflict of interest under the Code of Conduct prior to that item being debated. Excuse me. Section 1.1 of our Code of Conduct requires members to take proactive steps to mitigate non-pecuniary conflicts of interest in order to maintain public confidence in the township and its elected officials. Participating in a board that has advocated for, planning or planned and recommended this outcome, and then voting to ratify the same outcome at council is precisely the scenario that the provision contemplates. And I would ask those members to reflect on that before we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories that they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply respect the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the air, the water, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Thank you. Councilor Graziano. Do we have a copy?
Thank you, Worship. We want to acknowledge the commitment of the residents of Georgian Bay Township. We recognize that the municipality operates because of the financial support and volunteerism of a diverse community, including seasonal and full-time residents, volunteers, and businesses who sustain our services, our infrastructure, staff, and local democracy. We all share a common interest in having a transparent, fiscally responsible, well-governed municipality. Council, the corporation, including its municipal staff, commit to serving with accountability, fiscal responsibility, environmental stewardship, and to create a service-oriented culture that focuses on helping and acting on the best interests of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest with regards to this, the agenda today? Councilor Graziano.
I have a conflict that I need to declare in legal and closed. Thank you. Under legal and closed.
Thank you. Any other declarations? All right, with that, you've probably already had it explained, but I'm going to do it again, is that we have a number of issues to get through today. The first thing we have is our year-end audit results, and because that was long ago scheduled, the most practical for us to get that out of the way. Then we're going to the Port Severn Library. We have numerous delegations on that. We're going to also follow that with an open forum and then a staff presentation on the library and library discussion. And then we're going to have a MacTier discussion because I know there's some individuals here with regards to our MacTier item. And then we're going to get to the rest of the agenda. So if anybody's here for the rest of the agenda, I'm saying this to people online as well or out in the other rooms, probably after lunch. With that, let's go to the audit, and I'm going to go to our, Jazzy, will you be doing the introduction, or do we just go straight to our auditor? Or Director of Finance, please.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, please, you feel free to go ahead directly to Rebecca.
Good morning.
I had my mic off. Auditor MacDonald, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen here. So I'm just going to go over the highlights of your financial results for December 31st, 2025. I'm going to start on page 3 of the PDF. This is management's responsibility for the financial statements. So this was new about a year ago. We just ask that your CAO and your Director of Financial Services Treasurer sign, same as in the past, just to acknowledge that management is responsible for the financial information that's included in these statements. The next page is our independent auditor's report. So our opinion starts at the very top. We've audited the consolidated financial statements for the Corporation of the Township of Georgian Bay, which includes the consolidated statement of financial position as at December 31st, 2025, the consolidated statements of operations and accumulated surplus, consolidated statement of remeasurement gains and losses, consolidated change in net financial assets, and cash flows for the year ended. And then, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the township as at December 31st, 2025, and the results of its consolidated operations and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So just a lot of words to say, a clean audit opinion again this year. There's nothing that would make us believe that these statements would be misleading. So down near the bottom, well, about halfway down, there is a responsibility of management paragraph. Management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these statements. So that's where we get them to sign that additional paragraph that was on the previous page. And then those charged with governance, so your council, are responsible for overseeing the municipality's financial reporting processes. And then our objectives as auditors are to obtain reasonable assurance of whether these financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and then to issue this audit report that includes our opinion. We're going to skip down to page 6 of the PDF. This is your consolidated statement of financial position. So this is just a snapshot at a point in time, otherwise known as your balance sheet. So we have your financial assets at the top, cash and cash equivalents of 4.9 million. We have restricted cash. This is the cash that is restricted in its use, so set aside for parkland development charges, things like that. We have taxes receivable of 1.9 million. And then there's other receivables of about 760,000. That includes your HST rebates and trade receivables. Your next item is your portfolio investments. So $7.8 million. I'm going to flip to note 5. This is on page 16 of the PDF. So this just breaks down what your portfolio investments consist at. It states that it is recorded at market value. The cost value was 6.9 million. And then the last paragraph of that note there just says that there is an unrealized gain that is recorded of about 882,000 for 2025. Flip back to your statement of financial position. So the last item for your financial assets is your land held for resale. There's no change from the prior year, so about 51,000. Under liabilities, we have accounts payable and accrued liabilities. So there's trade payables, holdbacks, as well as accrued payroll in there, 2.1 million. Tax revenue received in advance. These are your prepaid taxes, so 282,000. The next item is your deferred revenue of 2.5 million. I'm going to flip to these two notes at the same time. And then your long-term liabilities is note 6. The decrease is just your repayments for the year. So note 4 on page 15 of your PDF. So this is your deferred revenue. These are the amounts that have been received in advance but not fully expended on eligible expenses. These are externally restricted funds. So we just show the composition, what the balance was at the beginning of the year of 2.1, contributions received 492,000, 64,000 was interest earned in the year, and then 187,000 was recognized. So at the end of the year, we have 2.5 million of deferred revenue. And then that last little part there is the amount that is restricted. So that was the restricted cash that was shown on the statement of financial position. And then note 6, just on the bottom of page 16 here, this is just what all your debentures and the composition of them as of 2025, the amounts that are remaining. So there was no new debt this year, so that's just previous debt and then the repayments. Then we've got your non-financial assets down at the bottom there. So your tangible capital assets of just over $23.5 million. I'm going to flip to schedule 1. This is page 23. So this just breaks out your capital assets. So we have total additions for the year of 3.7 million. Of that, the major additions was the pumper trucks that were added this year. And then there was just over $1.4 million of road work that was done this year. And then we have annual amortization of 1.9 million. So we like to see that additions are more than your amortizations, which means you're replacing your assets as they're being amortized or used up. So that's great that they're being replaced. Back to your statement of financial position, the last couple of items down there are left on the bottom are your inventories held for consumption. So this is your sand, salt, fuel, items like that. There's note 8 that provides a little more detail. I'm not going to flip to that one, but it's there if you would like to see more on that. And then the prepaid expenses is the last amount there. Things such as prepaid insurance, expenses that relate to subscriptions and prepaid expenses for 2026. So then we end up with just over 35 million of accumulated surplus. That little one part on the bottom there, it just breaks out the amount that is your unrealized gains as well as your accumulated surplus from operations. So on the last page of the statements, this is your schedule that breaks down the total surplus. So of that, we have total reserves and reserve funds of just over 12 million. Then we have under other, we have the capital outlay. That is the amount of the debt still to be paid. We have the total amount invested in tangible capital assets. The general operating surplus was 232,000. And then the accumulated remeasurement gains, so your unrealized gains of 882,000. So the next page after your statement of financial position, this is your statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So as of the end of 2025, we had total revenue of 14.4 million. This was an increase of about 734,000 over budget, which was primarily an increase in investment income over budget of 460,000 and an increase in the miscellaneous income. There was a gain on sale of assets that wasn't budgeted as well. And then total expenses for the year of 13.1 million. It was a net increase of about 35,000 over budget. So we end up with an annual surplus of 1.2 million. And we add that to the beginning balance. So we end up with just over 34.5 million. Your next schedule is your statement of remeasurement gains and losses. This just shows the change in the unrealized gains from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So there's an increase of 523,000 in the portfolio investments. And then the next two schedules are just showing the change in the net financial assets and then the change in your cash flow. Just shows where your cash went for the year. And that is essentially your highlights. The only thing I'm going to mention still is your budget note. This just reconciles your budget because it is a balanced budget. So then we have to adjust for amortization, the municipal reserves, and then your principal payments to debt. So it just shows why your budget doesn't balance to zero at the end of the year. Is there any questions?
Ms. MacDonald, thank you very much for that presentation. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'm not sure if my question should be asked of our auditor, if it should be asked of our Director of Finance.
Ask away.
Okay. Statement of finance, which I think was pretty close to the beginning, near the top of the draft. We had $1.78 million in investments, in a portfolio investment. Can you tell me or explain to me if that is the reserve amount that we have in reserves that has been invested in a portfolio, or where this $7.8 million has come from?
He's ready.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, I can definitely start, and then if Ms. MacDonald has anything to add, that'd be fantastic. So a few years ago, council and staff had noticed that there was cash. We had a lot of cash sitting in our general bank account. The majority of our cash is set aside and is committed for capital projects. But rather than having that cash sit there, we had decided to take that cash and put it into an investment. So our reserves, our investments are included as our assets within our balance sheet under investments. So overall, our reserves are made up of I don't think I'm doing a good job of explaining this, so maybe I will leave it to our auditor to further
you,
explain.
Mr. Mayor, if Jazz, if we could take this offline.
Yeah,
And I
absolutely.
could come into your office and we could figure this out, and because I think it's very important to our constituents where $7.8 million goes. And I know, to me, you've explained it, but I don't know how to re-explain it. But I do understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
We've set aside a significant amount of cash for future capital investments, like in properties, buildings improvements, and as we all know, some of our buildings need it sooner than others. And we've taken a significant portion of those and invested it for a better rate of return than interest rate. And so far, it's been successful. Councilor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Quick question to Ms. Radigan, and that is with regards to our accumulated unrealized gains, which are now growing quite substantially given the investments that you've been making, which is great. I'm just wondering if we need to be having a provision or a working reserve for tax liability to make sure that when we realize those gains that we're not pulling from our operating reserve, or if that is a standard practice just to pull it from operating reserves.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Predko. So those are being realized in terms of our accrued accounting, and hence why they are on our balance sheet. You'll notice in the report that is coming later on under staff reports for the financial statements, I present in terms of a cash basis. So we don't take that piece into consideration in terms of the cash basis. The surplus is only $232,000. But when the auditor is presenting, we're presenting at a consolidated accrued basis. So there's really no net impact.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Well, thank you very much, Ms. MacDonald. And I'm wondering if, before you leave, Ms. Radican, I think your report's probably going to be quite brief, or do you explain an extensive report? Then I think you might as well get that done now, and then we can get the audit all out of our way. I think would be the most practical. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Coutier, members of council. So I'm here in addition to Mrs. MacDonald to present the audited financial statements for the year ending December 31st, 2025, and to seek council's direction in terms of how you would like the accumulated surplus accounted for. So at year end, the township is reporting an operating surplus of $232,236 for 2025. To briefly highlight some of the key factors that contribute to the surplus, first of all, the township's supplementary taxation revenue exceeded budget by approximately 130,000. So supplementary revenue represents additional tax revenue collected when new construction, property additions, or improvements are added to the assessment roll, but partway through the year. Second, investment and interest income came in higher than budgeted by approximately 462,000, and that's largely due to the stronger than anticipated performance, specifically in the LAS Canadian equity portfolio. Lastly, some of the items reducing the surplus include salaries and benefits, which came in at a deficit of approximately 127,000. That's accounting for the approved attrition rate that's within the budget. And legal fees incurred on behalf of the township came in higher than budget by approximately $183,000. Staff are recommending that council consider allocating the surplus to the Fire and Emergency Services Asset Reserve to assist with future capital purchases. Thank you.
Council, any questions on that report? Councilor Jarvis.
I'm probably just really confused. Looking at your transfers from reserves, we had reserves that we pulled from for our financials in 2025, correct? And now we're just putting money back in? I mean, money we took out, we're putting back in, essentially. Is that, I'm looking at it, only we've got more than we had originally. Or sorry, have more going in than what we actually took out for reserves in 2025? If you understand my question, that's great.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee. In terms of, to Councillor Jarvis, in terms of the surplus, correct. But it's not necessarily that we took out what we needed largely for capital or any items that we had approved within the budget or outside the budget for one time that we may have come to council for. So the additional amount that we're putting to reserves is largely resulting in the additional revenue that we received, which we didn't anticipate. And expenses came in lower than actually anticipated. So we are quite close to where we had budgeted. But overall, I would say the large increase is definitely due to our investment income, simply because the performance of the equity portfolio increased in the latter half of the year rather than throughout the entire year, which was unexpected.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Just a follow-up question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Long-term debt. Why don't we put all this towards long-term debt?
Great question. Through you, Mayor Coetzee, to Councillor Jarvis. We have discussed that in the past. There's definitely potential for additional penalty. And the interest rates that we're currently paying on that debt are quite low, rather than the interest that we're actually receiving through the equity portfolio.
Similar answer to what we had last year, I think, and the same question. Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, I'd also like to reflect on the reserve amount that would be transferred to the fire department reserve. Not knowing the other financial positions, but what we're going to hear later on today, there'll be an application made to the government for funding, and we would have to be a partner in that funding and supply a certain amount towards that funding. Is that in place, or should we be looking at taking some of these reserves and holding them off in that case?
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, to Councillor Wojcik, that's a great question. Originally, when I had drafted this report, we didn't have the funding coming forward at the time. So absolutely putting this surplus aside to go towards that project is absolutely appropriate. The reason why the fire reserve was suggested was largely due to the future need of the fire buildings, the updates that are required. And the fire reserve is depleted, mainly due to the purchases of the 3 fire trucks.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, I want to highlight some of the legal overages that I've seen here, and just forgive me if my data is incorrect. I'm seeing 183,390 over budget in legal fees. Is this correct?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, yes, that is correct.
Okay, and is that inclusive of the 85% above budget for the department legal fees? I have a total of 55,430 for, I believe, departmental legal fees when 30K was budgeted.
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, I apologize. I would need you to further clarify. Are we specifically speaking to the report that was brought to council in the previous month?
No, it's in regards to the report that you have on the agenda item here today.
So
regardless, I mean, let's not take up too much time. The 183,390 is overage currently for 2026. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, that is correct. And those increases or the cost per legal fees and legal files were presented to council in the prior month. They're also linked and attached to this report as well.
Great, thank you. And my question to staff is, what specific measures, if any, are in place to bring this back under control? So what recommendations are staff presenting to bring our legal fees or our overages more in alignment with our budgeted? I mean, that $200,000 could go to Matt Tier's, facility. It can go to one of our facilities here. So what is staff recommending to bring this back into control, if anything?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano. Some of the recommendations are within that legal fees report. Staff do not proceed without council approval for spending, and I think we have had extensive discussions in terms of ensuring when we are over that we do pull from or have approval in terms of proceeding with certain legal claims. The majority of the increases have come from the planning department and are planning related, and they were all authorized by council. These are council decisions. Staff have not proceeded without the authority, and hence why. So that's part of the recommendations, or what staff have brought forward are those quarterly reports to ensure council is kept apprised of where we stand. The first quarter of 2026, we are under budget, and so I would recommend we continue to ensure that we are keeping an eye on it and ensuring that we do discuss quarterly where we stand.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. Thank you, Ms. Radigan. And based on my analysis of the report, I'm understanding that 144,000 was collected for fees with regards to planning, but my understanding is also that 385,551 of that went to legal fees. So we are operating a net loss in our planning department. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, to Councillor Graziano, that is correct. The legal fees within the planning department exceeded the budget overall, and hence why legal fees are over budget overall.
Excellent, thank you. I look forward to future discussions on ways to mitigate the overages. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question for you. Given that things are coming up already of where funds might be allocated, would it make more sense for us to allocate the surplus to general reserves versus a specific reserve at this point? I mean, I know council can always change the reserves around, but I'm just going to, your thought on that.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier, I would recommend slating these reserves specifically to the fire reserve. Our working fund reserve is in a healthy position at the moment, so that would be my recommendation.
Council, I have a motion in front of us which reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that the report regarding the audited year-end results as of December 31st, 2025 be received, and that the 2025 operating surplus of $232,236.70 be allocated 100% to the Fire and Emergency Services Asset Reserve. Any further discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. So I'm going to say thank you very much, Ms. MacDonald, for your report, and thank you very much, Ms. Radigan, for your report.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go to the delegations portion of our meeting. And for everyone's awareness, under normal circumstances, we allow up to 2 or 3 delegations a month and of 10 minutes. And what we have agreed to with everyone, because there's so many that were keen on doing delegations, we're going to allow 8 delegations, triple the normal amount, but each one's restricted to 5 minutes. I'm going to encourage everyone to be respectful of time and of all of us. And I suggest to you, if the points you're going to make have already been made, you might consider just saying ditto and adding a few extra points as opposed to repeating the ones that have already been made. But I know for some of you that might be fast scribbling with your notes, but that's my suggestion to you so that we can hear from all of you. I think you've all been presented with the list of our delegates, so I'm just going to go in the order of the delegates as they appear in front of me. And our first delegate will be from Cheryl Elliot-Fraser, the president of the Gloucester Pool Cottage Association.
Ms. Elliot-Fraser is online.
If you could bring her over then, please. While we're waiting for Ms. Elliot-Fraser to get herself set up, what we're going to do is we're going to give everybody 5 minutes. So at 4 minutes, you're going to get the 1 minute warning bell, so to speak, or sign. And because we're going to try to keep everybody as close as possible to the 5 minutes.
Hello?
Ms. Elliot-Fraser, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm on video or not. Okay. Hello. Good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Coetzee, councillors of Township of Georgian Bay, CAO, Dr. Mariotti, staff, and guests. Thank you for providing the Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association with the opportunity to provide a deputation pertaining to the Port Severn Library. The Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association has utilized both the gym and the fireside room at the Baxter Ward Community Center for meetings and presentations. We were surprised to learn that the library would be moving to the fireside room sometime this week. As on March 10th at the Committee of the Whole meeting, the resolution C 2026-006 directed the staff to return to council with full costing options for the Port Severn Library. At the time, the council did not authorize the relocation of the Port Severn Library. The Library Board's own branch assessment study 2025 identified 4 options for the Port Severn Library. None of the options suggested moving to the fireside room. We were given the impression that there would be public consultation and the council would reconsider all options and authorize the move. The GPCA would like council to consider the following: releasing the report that states options for the library move as well as the costs. Provide the costs it will cost to move to the fireside room. Members of the public are interested in understanding the needs of the community regarding library services. It would be most appreciative if a robust report was provided outlining the needs of the Port Severn community regarding library services. Their study was provided last week, but it does not reflect the questions that were asked in the survey, and it is missing data. As many community groups have utilized the fireside room and the gym, there would be the loss of a community space to utilize. We are wondering what the alternative spaces would be. The facilities report indicates that the Township of Georgian Bay has very few facilities. As there are few facilities, we are concerned about spaces being lost. I'm wondering if you've considered possibly constructing a dome, as other townships and municipalities are finding them to be cheaper alternatives. We are wondering where residents will go if there is an emergency. For the Port Severn residents, it appears that Baxter Ward Community Centre would be the logical choice. The gym, fireside room, and kitchen would be appropriate places to support the residents. We would like council to consider providing a public consultation meeting followed by robust discussion by all options of the council. We are also greatly appreciate if we could get some information about grants that the township, grants that the township has applied for to support the move and programming for the library. I know I have canvassed other libraries and found that they received grants from the federal government for senior programming this year. From this year alone, they've gotten grants from federal government, from the federal government for seniors programming, Jay Goodall Foundation, and the Trillium Foundation. And the Trillium Foundation and I talked to them on Friday, told me that grants can be provided for programming, equipment, and capital grants for renovations of buildings and facilities. Also, we were wondering what the number of groups that use the Baxter Ward Community Center and the amount of money that is generated for each room from user groups that utilize the Baxter Ward Community Center. The library staff has provided fun and engaging activities and crafts at our Regatta Family Fun Day. And we're really grateful for the service that they've provided, and we provide the sincerest thanks to the library staff. They've been absolutely fantastic with the kids, and the children have really enjoyed the activities.
1 minute.
It's great to have the feasibility. Thank you, Council, for considering and reviewing our requests and suggestions.
Thank you very much. Well within the 5 minutes, and we appreciate that. And I'm going to follow our discussions. We've heard from everyone. I think it'd be the most practical. So number 2 on our list, Naomi Emmett, Secretary, Georgian Bay Township Historical Society. Ms. Emmett.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Coutier, councillors, and township staff. My name is Naomi Emmett, and I am from the Georgian Bay Township Historical Society. I'm speaking on their behalf. We would like to address our concerns about the proposed relocation of the Port Severn Library. Our historical society was founded in 1993 when groups of concerned citizens rescued the Bruzette House and Barn from scheduled demolition. With the cooperation of the township, those buildings were relocated at the township property on Lone Pine Road. This whole restoration project was made possible through a $70,000 grant procured by the Historical Society and matched through considerable fundraising, numerous donations of time and resources from local businesses, and many, many volunteer hours. As a result, one of the last local homesteads was not only preserved, but also has been the home of Muskoka Tourism, the Chamber of Commerce, and the OPP, another valued community asset that is also under township staff review. Thankfully, this local group did not stop there. During the past 33 years, the Historical Society has worked tirelessly to preserve the past and enhance the future of this township. To accomplish all of this, the Historical Society has continued to meet regularly, often in the fireside room, particularly for public historical and horticultural presentations. More recently, and for now, because of the generosity of the current Bruzette Homestead tenant, Segbay, we have our board meetings there. Our association works hand in hand with several other local organizations. We support their activities and projects, which often involve the community center and specifically the fireside room. The Baxter Ward Community Center is 50 years old this year. Lifelong residents, including Gail and Jerry White, Judy and Jackie Legault, Kathy Gibson, and Pepe Burrow, envisioned this originally in Honey Harbor. Thankfully, the council of the newly formed township partnered with them, and it was completed in 1976. Pepe would never have dreamt then that 5 decades later, we would be filling the entire center to celebrate his remarkable life. Baxter Ward Community Center has always been the hub of this community. It has provided the only local space for organizations like ours to meet and host events. The comprehensive facilities of the center, the fireside room, the gym, the kitchen, and bar have allowed for countless public and private events to take place there. We are delighted to hear that our township once again has a rec director. We look forward to participating in the wide range of activities we hope she will offer. However, this will only be possible if we can continue to have the appropriate community center spaces. We also want to be very clear that we support our local library. As a community service, we hope for now that it will remain in the Community Services Building. Our CAO, Greg Mariotti, stated at the March 10th Committee of the Whole that the library was welcomed to stay there. We would also hope that the library would expand programming in the Port Severn area by simply using the appropriate spaces in the community center for these specific activities. It is notable that the Port Severn Library internet site features only one photo, an adult painting activity hosted in the fireside room. Finally, if the library does require a larger permanent space, we encourage their board to reach out to all of our local organizations, our businesses, our private citizens, and grant sources, just like the Friends of the MacTier Library did in 2007. 20 years ago, they not only obtained grant money, but also raised an additional $200,000 from private funding. This community was built by and continued to be sustained by volunteers, individual citizens, local organizations and businesses that work tirelessly, cooperatively and collaboratively within the township and with each other, with the township and with each other, to make everyday things and major projects and events happen. Historically, we are a rural community with 3 small hamlets. We do not have church basements, a legion, a curling club to meet in and gather in. We don't have 12 community centers and 17 total meeting rooms like our neighboring township of Muskoka Lakes. No, in Port Severn, Honey Harbor, we have the Baxter Ward Community Center, full stop. We encourage the council to help the library address their concerns, but not at the expense of the comprehensive, multi-purpose Baxter Ward Community Center and all of its patrons. Thank you for your time and your careful consideration.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your historical perspective.
Thank you.
Next on my list is Rachel Belanger. I'm messing up the name. How do you prefer that? Belanger. Thank you. And you're representing the community relations. You're the community relations director of the Baxter ATV Trail Riders, please.
Does anyone mind if I just stand and be a little faster than Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I dislocated my kneecap, so up and down's a little rough. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the Baxter ATV Club. As I don't know how many of you know, our club does an awful lot in the community, and we expanded recently into other parts of the surrounding areas. We hold our general annual meeting and our Christmas event at the Fireplace Room in the Baxter Ward Community Center. And with it, I feel it would be impossible to hold such an event anywhere else in the spaces provided in this community. It would be a detriment to those in the community and further from afield that have come to join us in these endeavors. And perhaps we could find a location that could be a joint situation. However, at current time, I don't see how that would be possible if the library were to fully take over the space of the Fireplace Room. There's absolutely no reason that we can't do a partnership of some kind. I know from personal experience other rural community centers do have library access to them, but the facilities are developed further than what Baxter Ward's Community Center is. And having said that, the way the setup is for community center is fantastic, and it does service the needs for many groups. And it's quite often that when passing by, the parking lot is packed. And I think that's a testament to the tight-knit community and those that join into our space. So thank you very much. I don't have a very fancy presentation, but I do hope that you all consider how much of a beating heart the community center is for everyone and all of the groups that use the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you coming in, even if you needed the support of the walking stick. Arthur Christakis, I see you're twice on our list. You're going to wear two hats. Maybe you can wear them at the same time, but their first hat is as president of the Southeast Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce, otherwise known as SEGBAY.
Thank you, council, staff. The Chamber of Commerce is involved because many of our members approached us for additional support. And we have since listened to most of the research that they've done, the arguments that have been put forward, and the information that they've found in contrary to the statements that have been made. One of them, which is, this is a done deal. It's going ahead. There's no turning back. Changes are already being made. Another statement that we were given was that this is a year in the making. It's done. It was done a long time ago. Public opinion was sought. It's come up to council several times, etc. So in looking back, we do find that we can't find any reference to the library being a discussion item for the last year. The budget survey results we went and looked at. You did publish your 2026 budget survey results, 149 responses, and everything was about roads, fire, the winter, parks, recreation. Bylaw got a little bit, the library got 2 or 3 responses. Then there's some negatives in customer service and planning. I'm not sure how to interpret that, but that's what it was, 149. In the strategic pillars, you had also summary of public comments. There was a clear demand for increased recreational programming for children and families, especially in Port Severn. Respondents advocated for after-school care, summer and March break camps, daycare services, and more recreational outlets for youth to promote health and well-being. And some noted the lack of investment in these programs despite previous efforts to keep local schools open. A few residents also requested senior skating programs and hiking trails accessible to all age groups. This appears to be the basis for the recreation coordinator, and it does appear in the Corporation of the Township tax-supported operating budget of $84,000 approximately for this role. It was executed. That person is in place. And all of the things that are listed here that the community said they wanted, unfortunately, do not pertain to the library. They pertain to the recreation coordinator. It's very apparent from our membership's comments back through us that, if anything, the recreation coordinator should be given full use of the building to rent and figure out programming. Largely would include the fireside room. Mostly because you have sports and other things going on in the main gymnasium, and it's more suited to smaller groups and meetings. The comments were also that the library could hold some programming in the fireside room without permanently taking it over. Of the other summary of public comments, transparency, accountability, consistency, transparency, communication, enhanced communication within the community, importance of ensuring the perspectives of both seasonal and year-round residents are reflected. So these are in your 2026 documents. The library is only called out under the operating budget. There's an increase of $101,000 for the library, which was approved. It's not designated for anything in particular. Under budget pressures and drivers, not mentioned. Recreation coordinator is called out. And then I look at the strategic pillars of the township. Number 1 under customer experience and community engagement is enhancing communication with constituents is crucial. A strategic plan should be developed to establish an email list that encompasses all cottage associations, ratepayer groups, and other community organizations. This initiative will facilitate more professional and effective engagement with residents. Essentially, the statement here is constituents is crucial. We think there's a communication gap between what's gone on for the last year that has led us to the done deal. And once the members found out about it, they reacted quite strenuous, strong and emotionally that this was not presented, not aware, and they would have strenuously objected had they been given the opportunity. But they do understand that there are a couple arguments that it was known and that staff was given the go-ahead to do this. We can't find anywhere where the additional economic costs of making this move were addressed after March the 10th. I sat through the May 4th meeting. They were not addressed at that meeting. So it was a surprise that this move was going ahead because the public had not been informed on that. I'll skip through all that. I'm probably going to get the green card pretty soon. I had it already? I'm into my second 5 minutes? No? All right. I'll just say that there seems to be a complete disconnect between the information loop for collecting community feedback. And if it's crucial to this council, we would request and consider on behalf of our membership that you do a full stop, undo the done deal, and reconsider that you're going to hear from somebody that they did their own survey, that the Lions did their own survey, and it far exceeds your township budget survey and any library survey that was presented. So,
You
thank
plan
you.
on making a presentation as the Baxter Snow Riders?
I do.
You got 4 minutes. Because
All
you
right.
already took up 1 minute of it.
Who are the Baxter Snow Riders? We've never delegated, and it's every time I talk about this with anybody, it's a completely misunderstood group. Snowmobiling in Ontario represents $6.6 billion of economic benefit. There's 188 clubs. Every club generates, on average, $35 million of economic benefit. These numbers most people will find staggering. But when you look at all the people involved in food, accommodation, equipment, and so forth services, it's tremendous. The district of Muskoka has 13 clubs. Baxter Snow Riders are a member of that 13 clubs. Muskoka sells the most permits in this province. Baxter Snow Riders sells the 4th most in the Muskoka group. So Muskoka is a key player in all of this. And if you add the 13 clubs up, it's 13 times $35 million of economic benefit. We've been around for over 50 years. We've been incorporated for 35 years. And here's the thing I would like to mention is that there are no funds given to the Baxter Snow Riders from the permit funds generated in snowmobiling. This is unknown to the public. They think when they buy their permit, they're paying for everything. The club does not receive any money directly. We must fundraise for all club activities. And the underpinning is if we don't do the fundraising and stay alive as a club, there is a hole in the system. And snowmobiling would not exist without the volunteer efforts of the group. To fundraise, we have for at least 28 years used the Baxter Snow Riders, have used the Baxter Ward Community Center. And I just recently did a portfolio of old photographs from 1998. It was the Baxter, it's the same walls, the same cement, the fireside chat, the food, the prizes, and everything else. All you had to do was change the faces, and it was 28 years ago. That building is integral to our fundraising. It's also, the fireside room is integral to the use of the building. And I think this is the one thing that I feel has been overlooked, is the fireside room is integral to the kitchen and the gymnasium. The statement that you can just go from the kitchen to the gymnasium would provide equal utility, I think is a completely ludicrous statement to make. Everything goes through that fireside room, all the small groups, all the meetings, the AGMs, the food, prizes for any major event. And obviously it's smaller for acoustics and so forth. So this is I think a big disconnect in the whole conversation. That building works and has worked for 50 years because the fireside room is a key part of how everything works in the building. None of us can imagine how it would work if we didn't have access to that. Setting up food on the back wall and dark room with lights going and bands playing and whatever. We can't imagine it. I can't imagine how an AGM could take place on the AGM on the gym floor, and several other things that have gone on. So we have no issue with the library. We understand it. We appreciate it. We really care for what they do for the community. We've heard this has to go ahead because it's a revenue neutral or something like that. That's irrelevant. I mean, it's not the right space for the library. They deserve better. They deserve more, but this is not a good step in our opinion. We think it will disadvantage the entire community. And we believe that the other groups are going to make similar points, that the the conversation now should probably pause. And that council should, reconsider the fact that you're getting a tremendous amount of community feedback, which the mayor acknowledged. Have we ever seen this before? This happened with people just being asked, are you in favor of this? And then an emotional reaction from everybody that's heard it. No, we're not. It's not against the library. It's against the impairment of the use of how the Baxter Ward Community Center functions and offers rental opportunities. I think the new recreation coordinator is going to be hamstrung if she doesn't have access to that room for programming. And we do see that the library could run a lot of its programming in that room, but not permanently. They could use it like a normal person that would rent the room. So we would like the council to stop and consider these points and reflect on maybe this is a time to listen to the clients, customer care that they seek to satisfy. And it doesn't stand up under scrutiny, and it doesn't stand up under resilience to appeal. You've got a huge group of people here. You're going to hear a lot more statistics coming after me. And I think that we should all pay attention to that and work together to solve the issue with the library move. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Brown, President of the Baxter Ward Lions Club.
Sorry. Good morning. I am going to have to speak very quickly, so please listen carefully. Good morning, Mayor Cote and members of council. I'm Catherine Brown, President of the Baxter Ward Lions Club here in Port Severn. The Baxter Ward Lions Club held our very first meeting in the Fireside Room in February of 2020. With the exception of COVID on Zoom, we've been there ever since. We're even named after the Baxter Ward Community Center. The Fireside Room is our Lions Club home, and our motto is "We serve." 100% of fundraising returns to the community. This past year, a total of $53,000 and $200,000 since 2020. Beyond the money, the Lions Club share of the contribution comes from 5,000 hours of volunteer hours in the past year alone, many of them delivered in partnership with this township. Every month, our club meets in the Fireside Room to plan how we will serve this community. We respectfully urge council to vote no on the staff resolution today. The proposed plan locks us out as well as the rest of the community. Losing this room does not only cost us a meeting space, we are the only service club this community has, and we serve 3 communities. If our members cannot gather, attendance falls because the space no longer works, we lose volunteers. And when we lose volunteers, this community loses 5,000 hours of partnership it currently receives at 0 cost. Director Engel invited me and any Lions who could join me on April 30th to meet the new rec director and to hear about exciting new plans in the Baxter Ward Community Center. I was joined by past President Beth Heintzman and fundraising chair Lisa Buck. We were completely blindsided. We were told the library was moving into the Fireside Room in June. We could use the gym or possibly Honey Harbor Landing. We made it very clear immediately that Honey Harbor Landing is not an option for our membership because of the distance and because of the inclement weather and driving that Honey Harbor Road in the wintertime. I must correct the record on what the staff report says about that meeting, and I'm quoting directly. Staff also met with the Lions Club on April 30th. The club representative agreed with the benefit of creating a community hub. Meetings can be accommodated in the gym portion of the facility or at the Honey Harbor Landing. Council, I am asking you to correct that record today. We did not agree to the move. We told Director Engel that Honey Harbor Landing was not an option. While we said we would support the concept of a community hub, which we do, we cannot support it at the expense of losing this space. Over the last 32 days, local organizations and residents have done everything in their power to be heard. Phone calls, emails, today's delegations, and a petition now quoting over 400 signatures. Some of them gathered in the parking lot this morning. This should not be you against us. It should not be us against them. This should be all of us working together to create the best possible solution for this community. Approving today's resolution means ratifying a process that bypasses you, the council. The real question is not the library, yes or no. It is whether staff should reallocate community space without first coming to council. A yes vote today sets the precedent that for every facility in every ward. The report indicates minimal impact, and we strongly disagree. The solution already exists. Port Severn Park, right across the road, township-owned, covered pavilion, brick and mortar concession building, splash pad, beach, docks, washrooms, and a trail connecting to the Lone Pine Road via Lot 45. Outdoor programming at zero cost. For indoor programming, the library books the fireside room through standard booking system, just like any other group. The library retains its presence, the community keeps its space, and the library enhances the community center as a genuine community hub. Moving the library to the Baxter ward would cut off all patrons who arrive by water as well. Gloucester Pool, Little Lake, McLean Lake, Baxter Lake. Cycling and walking down the Honey Harbor Road is not safe. Did the library survey even capture those patrons who access the library by water? We urge you to vote no on this resolution. Go back to the drawing board with all issues and insights from today's delegations. Address them through a fully transparent and collaborative process. Give yourselves the options that the staff report does not. At the start of this meeting, you read your commitment to transparency and acting in the best interests of this community. Over 400 residents have signed a petition asking you to honor it. The Lions motto is, "We serve." We ask council to serve this community the same way, by protecting our community, by keeping this community a community. Vote no, send it back, do it right. We stand ready to serve you and the rest of this community in that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Russell, President, Condo Board. MVLCC 64, if you want the full title.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of council and staff. My name is Lori Russell, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Oak Bay residents. I am president of one of the condo boards, but today I am speaking here on behalf of 66 voices that responded to a survey. So I'm going to get through the survey super fast because I want to get to the who cares or what about the results. So basically, we quickly put together a memo, quick background, 18 questions, 1 confidential, 17 public answers. They speak loud and clear. So we've transposed these 17 public into 9 main findings, okay? I'll only read a few of those, but basically of the 66 residents, only 8 or 12% were in favor of this move. The rest are not, okay? Many of those wanted more information, but clearly it was a resounding no. 56% absolutely opposed. The others wanted more information. Like I said, only 12 in favor, okay? 80% are very concerned about losing the space. 47% felt that the expanded library services are not their priority. And 94% demand more information, more engagement before a decision is made. So those are the highlights, okay? All of that is available in the stats, fully transparent, which is a key point I'm going to make, okay? So now I want to get into the governance side of this, and this is more about procedure and government or governance and democracy. So I've prepared quite a detailed memo for all of you to see and judge for yourselves. But essentially what it does, so you have this memo on record. It's called a review of the staff report against the verified resident Oak Bay survey evidence. The only data that's available publicly is this data, okay? That's a big problem because what we found over and over again, so I hope by now you were all given the reconciliation of the report of the recommendation against this data, and they don't align. They're opposite. So the real issue is that the corporate report doesn't line up with the results of our survey. The issue is that your data is not available. So at the end of the report that I gave you, the memo I gave you, there's an Appendix E, which goes on for pages and pages, documenting all of the attempts to get a hold of your data, your evidence. And it lists all of the emails, the communication, and effectively what you have is a fixed loop whereby we got bounced around, bounced around, bounced around. Your data was hidden from us on the basis that it's confidential. Our data with 17 questions is all public. So it is the only verifiable data that exists. You do not have the data to support your decision, okay? And that's a major governance issue. I could go through all the contradictions. I've provided 10 examples in the report for you to read at your leisure, but they're meaningful and they're impactful. Your corporate report does not line up to what the community expects or wants, and you cannot back up your position, and that's a major risk from a governance and to make a decision. So without going through that detail, time is short. I do want to focus and draw your attention to the risks of proceeding without verifiable data, starting in page 6. So the main categories from a decision or from a governance, and this is about decision integrity. There's 4 main categories. There's procedural fairness. These are all statutory obligations that all of you have. Procedural fairness, evidentiary sufficiency and reasonableness, accountability and transparency. There is major decision risk, okay? There's process risk, evidence risk, governance risk, and public trust risk. So on that basis alone, we highly recommend that you pause, you take into consideration the risks that you're running with proceeding without adequate support for your decision. And at that point, I turn to our evidence, which clearly says something different and is not in favor of the move. So that's all I've got to say from a governance perspective. I think this is a breakdown in good governance, and we need to restore the trust as soon as possible with more community engagement and reach out to the community. And it'd be interesting how your data differs from what we're presenting here today.
Thank you very much. All right.
Saving the best for last.
I'm not allowed to say that.
I am. Okay, I gotta adjust this. I'm a little short here. So much has already been said. Oh, I should introduce myself. I'm Kathy DeCoo, along with my husband Wayne, who unfortunately had to be out in the hallway. We're Santa and Mrs. Claus. In 2012, we founded the Port Severn Honey Harbor Santa Claus Committee. That committee, along with so many volunteers, have helped us have the best Santa Claus parade and children's Christmas party. During our meetings are always in the Fireside Lounge. We meet to do all our planning in the Fireside Lounge. That's how we come together with our volunteers and figure out our next steps. During the party, well, many of you have been there. We're pretty full. The gym, the perimeter of the gym is set up with activities for the children, some provided by the library, and we welcome them every year to please continue to do so. Other face painting, other activities like that are presented for the children and their families to enjoy. The Fireside Lounge is used to set up the food because thanks to, again, generous organizations that help us between fundraising, between funds, between volunteering, and providing and cooking the food that we feed to these families. The Bocheks, for example, are kind to always give our desserts and put out hot chocolate for the children. I cannot envision a party without the use of the entire facility. As it is, my dressing room is the bar. Santa gets dressed in the back storage room because every inch of that facility is needed for the over 300 people that show up. Unfortunately, without the use of the entire facility, I see a lot of sad faces that are going to break my heart when I have to tell them we have to cancel the party. Because there is, as people have stated, nowhere else in this community with a large enough venue that we can use. Are we to go take some of our funds for gifts and activities out and go rent a venue outside of our community? Makes no sense. What can I say? We want to continue doing what we love, but we need the entire facility. We love the library. We encourage them to do more programming. But as many have stated, that programming can be done by use of the community center, and it still leaves that community center open for celebrations of life, for parties, for all other large gatherings that go on. Hearing about this proposal through the grapevine didn't seem right. This is a community center. This should be a community decision. We should have a public forum, not 5 minutes for 8 delegates to briefly speak. The entire public should be allowed to voice what they feel. Although I have a feeling with the full room, the full parking lot, and 400 signatures, I think the community has spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been asked to provide a 5-minute bio break. I'm going to do that. Then we're going to go into the open forum. Then we're going to go into a staff report, and then we're going to go into discussion. That's the plan, but you've got 5 minutes to run away and come back. When, you know, all our residents have been so good, but no, it's a counselor that slows us up. All right, thank you very much, everyone. We have, I believe, half a dozen open forum. I'm going to remind everybody, open forum is 2 minutes. And I want you to stick as close as possible to 2 minutes. I know that is a pain in the butt, but so be it. And the first on our list, and I'm going to take in the order of the list I have here, is Peggy Baumgartner.
Address is P.O. Box 428 in MacTier. And I'm here this morning to say thank you and express our sincere appreciation for what is possible when the community and the town choose to work together. The MacTier Arena Advisory Committee, or the MAAC, recently held its final meeting, and I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of the people who gave so much of their time and energy to the work of this committee. The MacTier Arena and Community Center is more than a building. The number of people here this morning advocating for their community center will agree with that. For us, the community center is the heartbeat of MacTier. It is where our kids learn to skate, where families gather, and where our community connects and supports one another. To all the township staff, the CAO, the COO, the Director of Sustainability, the clerk, finance, all the people who gave their expertise and their grant writing skills for MacTier's use, we want to say thank you. To our local councillor, Steve Predko, who was present and engaged throughout and is going to continue on with the RMAC, we want to say thank you. To Regional Councillor Bochuk, who brought an important, broader perspective to the work, we wanted to say thank you. And especially to all the wonderful volunteers from MacTier who gave their time and their energy simply because they care about this community, we want to say thank you. And we offer a very special thank you to Councillor Christine Graziano. Councillor Graziano is not from our ward, yet he stepped forward, he chaired this committee, and he invested an extraordinary amount of time and energy. So on behalf of all the people of MacTier, we wanted to say thank you. He truly understands how important community is, and his dedication was noticed and appreciated. Now, we could not let the MAAC end without that thank you. And before I end, I just want to say to our friends in Baxter Ward who are here fighting for your community center, we know what this means to you. We know what small communities deserve, and they deserve to be heard and treated with care and respect, and we stand with you today. And we know you have a good council in front of you, and they will do the right thing.
Thank you. Chris Fellows. No? He was next on my list.
Love the delay. Thank you, thank you. This is on. All right. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. My name is Chris Fellows, and I'm here on behalf of the MCAA, which is the MacTier Community Action Association. Thank you. It's a new name. We're still working on it. I'm here this morning with a genuine sense of optimism about where things are heading for MacTier. First, I want to acknowledge the grant motion on today's agenda. The MacTier community is excited to see this moving forward, and we want council to know that we are fully behind it. The work the township team has done to pursue this opportunity is exactly the kind of partnership we are looking for, and we greatly appreciate it. Second, I want to give council a brief update on the community-led town hall that took place this past Saturday morning at the Lions Club. On Saturday, the MacTier Community Action Association organized and facilitated a follow-on session to the Refresh MacTier work that we had done previously starting last October. We had 70 people show up, year-round residents, seasonal property owners, young families, seniors, and business-minded community members. 3 councillors also attended as community members, and the breadth of the voices in the room was remarkable. We shared an update on the subcommittee work, built some excitement, and then started the conversation on the ice surface. The message was clear and unified. When asked directly whether the community supports retaining the ice surface, over 95% of those present raised their hands. That was not a surprise, it was a confirmation. The community understands the financial realities. They came with ideas for programming, revenue generation, and partnership. And they acknowledge their own responsibility. They know they need to show up and use the facility they are asking for. We are leaving a full written report with the clerk this morning for the record. It includes the community's priorities, their programming ideas, and the specific questions they would like answered at the July Township Town Hall. We are making progress, and we are doing it together, and we are grateful for the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard Baumgart.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council and staff and all attendees. My name is Richard Baumgartner. I reside also at P.O. Box 428, so you know who I live with. I had the privilege of serving as a member of the MacTier Advisory Committee, the MAAC, and I'm here this morning to ensure that we transition to the RMAC, the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee, in the most efficient and effective manner possible. At our final meeting last week, we put forward a series of motions. Those motions were debated, discussed thoughtfully, and voted on. They are hitting your consent agenda today, and I simply want to take a moment to ask that you approve them. You carry with you the understanding of why they matter. These motions are about positioning the MacTier Arena and the new Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee, the RMAC, for every chance of success. They're about sponsorship and advertising, getting the right advertising policies and rate cards in place so that we can attract investment into the facility. They're about an online booking system, removing a real and frustrating barrier to access. They're about measuring utilization, setting goals, and understanding whether we are actually making progress. They're about reselling excess capacity so that the ice time does not go to waste. And they're about empowering the recreation coordinator to diversify programming and bring new life into the building. And they're about genuine outreach, making sure that people of MacTier know what is available to them. I want to be clear about something. Accountability runs in both directions here. The township and the RMAC will be accountable for doing work outlined in these motions, and the people of MacTier will be accountable for showing up. We are asking for your approval as these motions move through your consent agenda today. The MAAC worked very hard to give the RMAC the best possible foundation. These motions are that foundation. And finally, to our neighbors, to our neighbors in Baxter Ward, we see and understand the importance of your fight. The Baxter Ward Community Center matters to your community in the way that the MacTier Arena matters to us. We stand behind you, and we hope this council does so as well. Thank you.
Armin Burgais.
Thank you, Your Worship and esteemed council. I'm making comments today on behalf of myself and my wife, Anne Marie Grigaitis. We're 51-year residents of Honey Harbor and Port Severn, and we operate 3 businesses locally, employing about 25 people year-round. On review of the available information, it would seem that today's controversy stems mainly.
Your Mayor, point of interest. If I may, during a deposition, we are allowed to declare a conflict of interest, and I would like to do that at this point. Thank you.
Sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned about the business. So I'll repeat. On review of the available information, it would seem that today's controversy stems mainly from the lack of staff accommodation currently at the township offices. I believe the recommendation to relocate the library has created a ripple effect that has now raised significant public opposition to the notion that our beloved community center is about to be dismantled. Based on information provided, it seems that not all critical information has been shared with concerned citizens and user groups. Respectfully, it is our belief that there should be a steering committee formed, perhaps involving a number of the speakers today, who could represent the community and determine the best course of action for increases required for staff accommodation and potential library relocation. In the past, portables have been used similar to the ones routinely used in education, and were also used by this township when the old facility was condemned due to mold infestation. If increased staff accommodations are required, perhaps portables should be considered to house staff until sufficient due diligence is completed. Our largest concern is an emergency management plan in the event of a significant public emergency. The Township of Georgian Bay must not only be accountable to all of its residents, but also to the tens of thousands of travelers who pass through our boundaries while traveling Highway 400, a Trans-Canada highway. Anyone who has seen the play and movie Come From Away will appreciate how the residents of Gander, Newfoundland rallied to help thousands of stranded travelers during 911. We will appreciate the importance of having a strategically located facility capable of accommodating large groups of people, which includes sheltering, feeding, and providing their needs. The community center is likely the only public location where large groups of people could gather and be fed and otherwise accommodated in the event of a weather emergency, where first responders and emergency coordinators can effectively address and guide local residents and travelers. I would respectfully submit that the vote to enact the current plan to relocate the library to the community center be deferred until sufficient public input has been offered. Thank you.
Susan Stokes.
Good morning, everyone.
We can't hear you until you got the mic on.
It was on. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff for letting me speak. I'll try to be brief because a lot of mine is ditto. I think Armin hit the nail on the head. But I just want to speak to the library that's there now. A lot of time and effort was put in to put that library there. People in this township built the walls and the shelving, everything that's there, and that library is well loved in this township. It was moved once to the area beside it in the same building that just did not speak to what a library should have been, and we were able to move it back over to the central spot that it is now. I would hate to see that library move from there to somewhere that is not up to the standards of a library, even though it is a small library. That's what we need right now, unless somewhere could be built on township property. I can't see it moving from there. I've spoke to many people and they do not want it moved from there. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Penny Middleton.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Worship, Council, staff, members of the community, and visitors. And I just want to thank you for letting me slip in here and speak because I just emailed late last night. My name is Penny Middleton, and I live at 1154 Woodruff Road, MacTier, POC 1HO. I have been a MacTier supporter for over 60 years, and my family over 75 years. I am now retired and have become passionately immersed in this endearing and thriving community. because I want to speak to you today about the MacTier Arena. I've managed to do a little bit of research into the past funding, about 15 to 20 years, and it was no small feat and took many hours. I've found that either money has not moved forward to the next year or insufficient funds not allocated. This concerns me is that we are now in dire straits. I would like you to please help me understand why in the past funding for the arena has been in a remiss or its cost not maintained in its upkeep, to which we both find ourselves today as council and as a community. I've been part of many little activities and co-chair with Holly Brown with the Kitchen Arena, and I've enjoyed doing that immensely, finding that this is a positive move forward. And keeping this short, I also want to thank you as we move forward to continue our partnership in this election year and hope we can work together to rejuvenate the MacTier Arena to the standard it deserves and to continue to serve MacTier's dynamic community and the activities that bind our people together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. That concludes, I'll call it the public delegations and open forum. And I want to say, before I hand this over to our CAO, how much I appreciate the positive tone. Sorry? Did we miss somebody? Come on forward, sir. You weren't on our list, but apparently the deputy clerk is saving you.
He's on this list. Good morning. My name is Bud Knowles. I speak in favor of the library, ladies and gentlemen extant, and I speak for patrons of the library and supporters of the library, including those who financially contribute every year because of the value. I would speak to you about governance. You've heard enough about the notion of where you would like to place the library facility. And I think you've heard loud and clear one word. Whoa! I think that's the word. I want to add something that is equally important, and that's the function of a library. Because when we become involved with governance, yeah, there's potholes and there's snow removal and but there's also the social structure, the passing on of information transfer, that's a fancy word, that is now taking place largely through libraries. And not only this community, but most communities across the province. Information transfer. That's what they're involved with. And what do they transfer? Well, it isn't just books. It's the folkways, the mores. It's the feelings of the community. It's the transference of the wishes of the community. That's part of governance as well. I would ask you to be cautious. Take care of that social aspect. It is most important. It is what brings forth the volunteers and the efforts of the community at large to support that which you'd have to do. Take care of your library, expand it, do what you can. But first of all, don't forget it, please. We want it and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Again, I wanted to thank everybody for all your input, the generally positive tone that it all took. I also greatly appreciated that it wasn't anti-library. It was pro Baxter Ward Community Center and specifically Fireside Lounge, as I tend to think of it. Yeah, impressed how much people actually care about one little room in this township. It's quite impressive. With that, we're going to continue with the plan. We're going to hear from our CAO on the staff report that they have prepared, and then we're going to turn it over to council to let them make a few comments, and we'll see where that all ends up. Over to our CAO, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So I think I'll start with the broader context that led us here. So through the facility conditions assessment, council is aware that maintaining the township's existing buildings requires around 1.2 million annually, or roughly 18 million over the next 15 years. And so without changes, reserves will be depleted and the township will need to rely on debt to maintain what we have within the next few years. At the same time, the library board has been asking for additional space to improve service delivery in Port Severn, including options that would have required significant capital investment. Council has been aware of this request for the last 6 months and during the budget process. The library board first presented the findings of its branch assessment in November 2025, identifying that the current location in the community services building cannot support programming and does not meet the community needs. Council then considered options through the budget process. And while the request for additional building space was turned down, council approved a service enhancement in the amount of $25,000 to carry out pop-up programming at the Baxter Ward Community Centre. Staff also worked to find a cost-effective solution, a way to support improved library services per the will of council, but without adding new capital pressures. The lounge space at the Baxter Ward Community Centre was identified because it is significantly underutilized, with only about 13% usage in 2025, and therefore presented an opportunity to pilot a solution that would make better use of an existing asset and potentially transforming the community centre into a so-called community hub. So some additional context. The Lions Club does not pay to use the facility, and it can also use Tay Township's facility in Victoria Harbour. The Baxter Clubs can use the facility for meetings and fundraising events also for free, thanks to a township grant. The Historical Society and Seg Bay typically meet at the Brissett House. This trial does not impact on the ability for community associations to continue using other meeting spaces at the community centre or elsewhere. We also have additional meeting locations available, such as the Honey Harbour Landing location, or even the Brissett House, should Seg Bay and the Historical Society be amenable to hosting meetings. This trial is a low-cost option to assess longer-term needs of the community and the library services it can offer. This is all about making compromises so that the township can remain financially sustainable, but meetings can still be accommodated. And more importantly, the Christmas parade can continue to go ahead with the added participation of the library as they do in MacTier. Council will also recall that during the March discussions, there was a clear desire to move quickly on a solution. Staff heard that direction and worked with library staff to implement a practical, low-cost approach within existing budgets and without impacting service levels. A resolution could have been passed in March to cauterize the action plan, but staff understood there to be an element of trust between council and staff that work was to proceed. Council was provided updates in April and May, and the plan to explore the option of using the underutilized lounge was summarized in the February Council Connect publication. Some members of council also held separate discussions with the library board and were familiar with the upcoming move. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not here to advocate for this move. However, staff followed council's clear desire for this move to happen, and council members are the conduit for the community on this matter, which has been part of council's deliberations for the last 6 months and many hours of council discussion. The report is clear that this change did not require formal council approval at the outset, as it did not impact budget or service levels and therefore fell within staff's administrative authority. However, it's also clear that in recent weeks there has been a significant amount of misinformation and confusion in the community. We have seen emails and commentary suggesting that services would be lost, that events could be no longer accommodated, or that decisions were made without any discussion or approval. That is simply not accurate based on the record before council. There was no staff defiance and there was no council resolution that defeated this move. This divisive commentary is concerning, considering there appears to be a lack of understanding of how the conversations took place at council over the last 6 months and multiple hours of council debate. Unfortunately, some of the comments and the tone of the discussion have also created division, not just within the community, but also directed toward township staff and library staff who have been fielding difficult and, in some cases, inappropriate communications, and that's not helpful for anyone. However, staff have listened to the concerns that were raised, and in the interest of transparency and to clear up any misinformation, the decision was made to bring this matter back before council right now, so that it can be discussed openly and, if council chooses, confirmed through a formal vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, unless there's any other staff member who wants to provide any input, I'm going to turn it over to council. And I see Councillor Wojcik's hand, and I'll follow that with Councillor Graziano, and then whoever else sticks their hands up, please.
Thank you, and through your mayor, first CEO Mariotti, thank you very much for your report. I believe it is a true account of what's been going on. To the members of our audience, when our CAO speaks about council's approval, council's voice is one. So when they say council approval, that doesn't mean all of council support it. Some of council support it, the majority of council supported it. So now it's council's decision. So be clear on that one. Now, I want to say thank you to my friends, my neighbors, actually, and family that have all been in support of not moving the library. As far as surveys go, I'm not sure. I live 1 minute away from this office and I didn't get a survey. It's not because I'm a counselor. My wife isn't a counselor. My kids aren't counselors. They should have the right to fill out a survey. And we didn't, I didn't even know about the survey, to tell you the truth. So I went into the CAO's office about 1 month ago and I said, who gave permission to move this library? It wasn't council. At the committee of the whole, we discuss things that need a wholesome discussion in order to figure out if we want to bring it to council today to make a decision. So everything that's happened in the past in the committee of the whole has been a discussion about what we want to do. It could be today, could be the next meeting, could get deferred, referred, all kinds of different things that can happen. I and most of you respect something called culture. This community center is a part of our culture. Well, my family, my friends, everybody have had their baby showers in that room, wedding receptions in that room, stag and does in that room. I mean, that is a room that we use quite a bit as a community. The facility in any form or any transformation does not achieve what this community wants. The fireside room is a very special room. As a matter of fact, most of you don't know, council used to meet in that room. See some shaking of heads because they remember that. When we had an emergency and this building was declared moldy and they had to tear it down, everyone moved to the community center. All departments, everybody went into that community center. It's more of a community hub that is used for the organization and the residents of this community. And I think there is a better solution than to move the library over to that facility. Now, another thing that I found interesting, and I'm sorry if I'm going over my 2 minutes, I'll finish here.
Well, if you go out of line, I'd like to know,
Okay.
but so far, so good.
So far, so good. Let me just go back to where I was. This room is an absolute necessity for our community. I can't say how valuable it is. The libraries ability, well, data is important. Let's put it that way. I've been asked, I think everybody in this room has emailed, called me, or texted me at one time or another about this. And one of the questions that almost all of you ask is, where's the data? Where is the data that shows the need? So I haven't been able to find it or any truth to it. I've had 4 different sets of data given to me, none of them match. So just to let everyone, and I usually do this at council meetings, to let everyone in the room and everyone on council know how I feel about this, and I will be voting against moving the library.
Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, I'm going to ask for a little bit of latitude on timing as well. I have 2 separate points. One is a point of order. One will be my statement. And through you, Chair, our Code of Conduct, specifically Section 4.1, requires members to accurately communicate the decision of council or decisions thereof. That same standard applies to how members' words are represented in staff reports that come before council. And while I am honored that my name was solely mentioned in today's report, the report below today characterizes a conversation that I had with the library board in a manner that was inaccurate. What I said verbatim was that I did meet with the library board specifically on some future changes to locations and open discussions around support and my specific support for my Ward 3 constituents. That is the record. What the report omits is equally important. I made my position clear in that meeting. My preference is that the library pursue constructing its own dedicated building or renting portable spaces. Moving into the BWCC was not and is not my position. The public record will reflect what was actually said and not a characterization of it. Now, with that said, I'm going to move on to my statement, and I ask for some understanding here to mitigate going out of line and to mitigate a potential investigation from an integrity commissioner. I have written a comment. And so to that extent, chairs and member of council, I want to take a moment before we proceed, because what happened here today in this chamber matters beyond the agenda item. Democracy is not a slogan. It's the most hard-won system of self-governance in human history. Men and women, including Canadians, died on beaches, in trenches, and in fields so that decisions affecting communities would not be made by appointed administrators behind closed doors, but by elected representatives accountable to the people. That is why this chamber exists. That is why you and I were elected. The Municipal Act is explicit. We are here to represent the interests of the municipal community. No not administrative convenience, not an organizational reorganization plan. The community, the people who voted, who paid taxes, and who, as you can see today, showed up. Look around this room for a moment. Look at the delegations that registered to speak. Look at the people who drove here today from outside this ward because they care about this community and its institutions. That is democracy in action. And yet the report before us today contains no community service survey data, no petition results, and no ward feedback. Nothing that demonstrates the community was consulted or that their position was sought before this move was planned. That gap is not addressed in this report, and council collectively should ask why. I did numerous times via email to our library board, and I have not received a response to date. With that said, I will remind this council that when we were elected at this term, we were invited at the District of Muskoka. And at the time, the District of Muskoka had a discussion with respect to what council is intended to do and be. And I quote, because this registered with me, municipal government are democratic institutions through which the people of a community embark upon and structure a life together. And with that said, I see you, I hear you, and I will be voting against this here today. Thank you.
I would request you take a portion of that and send it to Doug Ford and remind him of municipal governance accountability and transparency. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just wanted to, first of all, thank everybody for coming today. This is democracy in action, seeing people's faces and hearing their words and understanding what's important to them. And it's also, I think, very important to realize how much positive feedback there is for the library as well. And this controversy has nothing to do with not wanting the library to flourish and to grow, but it's how people feel it needs to grow. You know, we've had lots of discussions about this in the last 6 months at different meetings in different contexts. But what I think is missing from the utilization statistics that we get is the importance that that number of hours goes into the community. And I think we see that in the north end as well as in the south end. Our facilities are very sacred. I had a couple of questions, and really it's about how do we pursue a solution that could potentially maybe be hybrid, where the library has a set number of programming hours during the day, but the books remain in the CSB for exchange. How do we open up other meeting space? We have a lovely council chamber that during the day community groups could use as space when council isn't using it. And I think other conversations that we need to have with the community, and I would be hoping that today we could have a deferral. I know that is not something that the library or operations department would want to hear because they've got plans immediately going on. But I think given the level of conflicting needs, I would hope we can find a solution through some conversations and some creative thinking. So I'm putting forward the fact that I would like to send this for deferral or referral back to staff for further consultation with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Three other councillors. Sorry? Not what? Three people have not yet spoken around. Well, actually, four if you include some guy. Well, I'm just about making that inquiry, sir. Councillor Jarvis. There, yes, you do.
Why, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find myself significantly conflicted here. I am a member of the library board, been on the board now for quite some time. Susan Stokes was our CEO, our chair for quite a while, as I recall back a few years. I also recall library board meeting in that one room for a while. I am very impressed with all the public input that we've had here today and over the last little while. I'm also impressed with the calls I've received. They were all very pleasant conversations, and I appreciate that aspect to what's been going on here recently. I'm sorry to hear that perhaps there have been bad words spoken to other people. I don't think it's appropriate at all. I do wish that all the public input that we're seeing here today was reflected in the actual use of that facility, the Baxter Community Center as a whole. I've been there for the Christmas party. It's total and utter and wonderful chaos, especially when the bagpipers come in. I don't see why it cannot still be used in that capacity. So I have a very, very difficult time on one hand tying in what's come before us today from the public with actually what's happening at the Baxter Community Center. And I think that maybe there's been a lack of communication. I'm not sure why, since the survey went out in 2024 to a number of different groups and all council. It could have been forwarded on to more appropriate venues via council members. I don't know if it was or it wasn't. I'm thinking now that in line with perhaps what happened with our garbage bins, people tend to wait until the last minute before they speak up. And I think that's also unfortunate. I know for a fact, because I've been to the library here at the center, at the services building, it is, I even suggested maybe we have our council meeting here today in that room to just give everybody an idea of how small it actually is. Moving the library into the Baxter ward, I think, would provide significant synergies to the community as a whole, despite how people feel, and I can see the nods. And I very much would prefer that we work along those lines. Thank you. I don't expect any applause.
Councillors Cooper or Hazelton, do you wish to comment at this time? Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And first off, I appreciate everybody coming and speaking your minds. It's very important. That is what we like to see in the political realm. And I have to say that this is not an easy decision, but it is a decision that needs to be taken, I believe. And from dealing with all the information that I've seen over the last few months, I think essentially we could make a pretty strong argument for having a 2-year test at the Baxter Ward Community Center. And I think that will show us if we do see an increase in data, because our current data shows very low usage. If we see an increase in data, it would make sense that it's worked. If we don't see an increase in usage, then I suggest that we close it and we not have a library. That's unfortunate, but that's the reality. And frankly, we already have 2 libraries here, one in the north, one in the south. Given the permanent population in particular, 2 libraries for 3,400 people is quite a lot. So I think it's would be lovely if it could be used a great deal more, including that whole building could be used in much better ways. So I'm in favor of the move. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So on one hand, I appreciate the public input, but I guess what my concern is that there's been a lot of information that has been shared over the last several months that doesn't appear to have surfaced in the comments being made. It's all public information. It's in the it's all in the published agendas, etc. And I see heads shaking, but I can go back. You can watch every video, every council meeting, and which is all publicly available. So I guess what I'm concerned about is the information that was used by council to come up with the guidance and support of staff's recommendation is all out there. But I didn't see it reflected in the comments today. The other thing that I think is critical is, we've heard that the province is downloading all kinds of forced changes on us as a township. We will be dealing with one of those tomorrow with our Director of Planning, where the province has made major changes on the planning front. From a facility standpoint, the province is basically telling us we have to be more diligent in managing our facilities and utilizing our facilities. And in order to do that, we have to think about these things. We have to think, laterally outside of the box of how to do things differently so we can increase the utilization of the facilities. And some of those reasons why we do that is funding for the township for these facilities may not be there if we're not effectively using the facilities in an efficient manner. So that's one element. There's another element here that we have seen from a library standpoint, that libraries used effectively within township facilities also attract additional funding. We've seen this in other townships and cities elsewhere in the district. And so, you know, there's a lot of reasons why we need to look at things differently than the status quo, which is don't change what we've got. And so I think that, you know, one of the things that, you know, we've heard kind of soapboxes of, you know, we're elected to do this and elected to do that. Well, yeah, we're elected to look at the broad understanding of things. We're elected to discuss these matters openly. And again, all our conversations on these topics have been open. They're all recorded on video, and you're certainly welcome and would have been welcome to have looked at all that information prior. But the general consensus of council is that we need to make a change. And the change is going to be, in some cases, disruptive, but it is also going to set us on a path that could be more effective. Now, one of the things that if you have researched libraries, and some of you seem to claim that you have, libraries have become and are becoming more and more a hub of the community. And what we see here within the township is our library takes a very proactive role in organizing activities for the community. And I can see a much more effective use of the facilities and a shared use of the facilities with the library and their activity, their management of the activity or the facility to be inclusive. So, I mean, I could go on and on and on, but I'll stop. There are lots and lots of reasons that we have discussed, actually a lot more than 6 months, why there should be a consideration of a move. And as Councillor Cooper said, a temporary assessment by moving and observing the activities taking place will either determine, is this a good thing, or should we just close down the Port Severn Library because nobody wants a library in Port Severn? Now, you know, that because the current library can't function.
You were going to stop.
I keep getting told I have to stop. But the current library can't operate as a full functional library in the current facility. And so what we need to do is consider how to get it into a facility and an environment where it can be a fully functional library. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to tell a little story. Once upon a time, I don't know if this projects on speakers when we talk into it. Okay, I wanted to tell. No, you know, I should be yelling that much louder. I wanted to tell a little story. And there's a little, yeah, I guess it's my timer. Next, I remember decades ago meeting an interesting man who wanted to show me the backyard. He was a gardener, and he had this acres in the backyard, and we wandered through. We went through all sorts of things, and all of a sudden I came across a park bench he'd put sort of in the back corner of his property. And, you know, it didn't look all that used or anything else. The path that got there didn't look all that well used. And I asked him about the park bench. He said, no, I don't go there very often, but every day I know it's there. And it's important to me psychologically, emotionally. And for some reason, that story stuck with me. And I thought about that story when I think about the Fireside Lounge. Because all of a sudden, in my mind, for a lot of you, it's that park bench. It's there, even though I was told that 48 days of the year last year it was used, which means 85% of the time it's not used. And whether that's accurate or not doesn't matter. We know often it's not used. And it's an unused facility, which is unfortunate in that sense. But I think for many of you, what I heard, and I think it was Arthur referred to an emotional reaction. I think in many cases, and there was a lot of practical errors. I'm not dismissing the practical errors, but in many cases, there's an emotional attachment to that room. There's emotional attachment to certain memories of that building, as well as, of course, there's some key events that happen in that building every year. And I think, and I fully respect that. I also get that Port Severn, which is the largest urban center, I don't know if urban's really the right word, but okay, it's the largest our version of an urban center in the township and the fastest growing, has the least library services. And I've heard lots of reference to data that is or is not available and whether or not the library is used or not used. But I can tell you I'm very impressed at how the library has expanded its services in MacTier and in Honey Harbor, and I think Port Severn deserves the same. And I think all of council believes that, and I think most residents in Port Severn, some quite vocally, believe that. And so, you know, I please don't blame us being whether it's council or staff or members of the public who say, how can we make the library better and how can we make it better sooner rather than later? It's a very, I think, sincere intent. Quite frankly, I didn't expect the past month to come because up until a month ago, the few remarks I heard about the library or the Baxter Ward Community Center were along the lines of, we need more library, and the Baxter Ward Community Center is often, the parking lot is often empty. So I think I was, and I was very appreciative of the report that Director Engel put together a few months ago saying, here's the status of all our buildings in this township, here's how much they used, and she was so bold, and I thought it was fantastic, to throw out a few ideas, not decisions, not necessarily recommendations, but ideas to consider over the next decade. That's all good. It's much better to have a report like that than not, because it's a starting point. And I think, and so you know, and the library, because they are full of enthusiastic people, jumped on this and said, there might be an opportunity here. And so all good discussion. It just moved faster than I think some of us expected, and it created a reaction in all of you, and I say all of you, not just in the room here, but on screen, out there, that was much stronger than I saw coming, quite frankly. And yes, I have been in that fireside lounge many times for meetings that were just in that lounge, or it was the food service area of much greater events. And I fully appreciate the utility of that room. And I wish it was used twice as much, 3 times as much as it is being used now. I also heard numerous suggestions and recommendations that, you know, the library could use it part-time, if I can use that phrase. I think that's a very viable suggestion. I also, I think I'm repeating myself, but I appreciated the pro-library tone that many of you took. I greatly appreciated the relatively little negativity in most remarks made by most people, because to me, how we got here, don't throw blame on X or Y or Z, because a combination of the whole alphabet is how we got here, but we're here now and we're discussing, and that's a positive. We're listening, and that's a positive. a positive that I wish I could say for all levels of government all over the place. But we are the local government and we are listening and we are hearing your concerns. And I'm going to now, because Councillor Bocek was so keen on it, start round 2. And I think we're going to narrow down to then taking a vote of one form or another when we get there. But Councillor Bocek, because you were keen, I'm going to let you start round 2.
Thank you, and through your mayor. I'd be remiss to not say thank you to all the people from MacTier who made the journey down here today. Seems like we've been talking about library for a long time here, but thank you all for showing up. I would hate to think what would happen if we told you we were moving your library up to the community center at the arena. I think we'd have a real bad meeting going on here. But on a personal note, I live in this township as a councillor full-time, year-round. I am the councillor that lives here year-round. My wife since 1973, quite a while ago, I don't want to give up her age. And as a family full-time since 1994. I've been on this council for 12 years, and I truly see a need to listen to the public. 100%. 12 years of being here, I've learned one thing. You go against the public, don't show your face at a restaurant. Right? I know a lot of you have met me in restaurants, and it has not been a fun time. So, like our mayor said, we have a starting point here. We've moved, staff have moved forward with something they think might work. It's going to be a decision of council whether we continue to move forward in that direction or we put the brakes on and say no and take the existing library. If you guys remember, I'm going to take a minute here. We came here, there was a bus that came in here with books on it, right? You used to go up to the bus and get your books. It transformed into what we have today. But that building today houses, I'm going to say, probably almost 8 staff members of the Township of Georgian Bay, which takes up a large percentage of the square footage of that building. Why they're there now when they weren't there before, I don't know. Maybe we've run out of room here. So we've gone over and used that building over there for staff. That takes away the room that we need to keep the library here. So that's it for me.
Chair McGibbon, you would like to some input? You are muted.
Hello, sorry about that. I just wanted to comment on a few things. I wanted to first thank all the delegations and all the residents that came to council today. It was great to hear your points of view and we really appreciate it. I have to say, I think on behalf of the library board, we're quite taken aback and a bit disappointed to hear so much of this feedback at this point in time. And that's a different conversation we can have another time. But we hear the feedback. We were aware of many of the points of view prior to this meeting. So thank you for coming forward and also showing your passion for the library. I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. First, I just want to comment on some of the conversations around data. You know, we're not a Toronto Public Library branch system. We're a small rural system, and we don't have patron counters at the doors when people come in. We don't have a big research budget. We don't have a lot of things that would enable us, and many larger library systems would be able to put together to have much more fulsome data come forward. Our staff often counts the number of people that come through just so we can try to keep track of things. So that is why we try to yearly send out a survey to all township residents to gather information and feedback on the library system. You know, I've worked in research and marketing for over 35 years. And one of the best research tools that exists in the market is talk to your people. talk to the people that you're providing for. And that's what our staff does every day. And that really was the grassroots foundation of lots of wonderful Port Severn residents coming in saying, we love the library, we want the library, but we want more. And so that kind of got the conversation started, and as a number of our councillors have said, we started talking about it at the board level in 2024. The most important thing I think that people also need to understand, because I don't think all of the information is correct that is out there, we cannot operate this and offer the same services in the community services building because we can't deliver the proper level of services or programming required by the Ontario Public Library because of the restrictions on the type of use of the community services building. So sure, we can stay in it, but nothing's going to change. We're not going to be able to offer programming. We're not going to be able to offer all the other services that you can get in Honey Harbor and in MacTier. So that's how this all started, because we feel, and we've heard from residents, they want what the other library systems have. And I think that's really important. I also just want to make sure people understand the role of the library board. Our role is on behalf of the township to operate the library and operate it obviously, hopefully well and successfully. It's not our role to be connected and talking to all the constituents in a formal way. That is the role of township to do that. So we're all certainly all ears to hear more feedback if that's necessary, but we would leave it in the hands of township to organize that. We don't have the means to do it, and that is not our role as the library. That is legally the township's role. We're pretty excited about what we can bring to the Baxter Ward Center. We know there's a lot of positive integration. We know there's a way to find room for all. It's hard to potentially give up something that's been in your heart a long, long time, but I think there's a way to make this all work together. Will it happen right away or as soon as we'd like to? Because we wanted to certainly try to offer all of these new services to the Port Severn residents starting with the summer season, and that will now be in jeopardy. So we'll leave it in council's good hands, but we're pretty passionate about this idea. We believe it can work, and we believe we can certainly work with all the community groups. That's the role, as was mentioned by Councillor Hazelton, and all small rural communities, is creating these very diverse, very dynamic community hubs where everybody comes together. It's not 100% perfect, but let's give it a try.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. And perhaps for the sake of time and a relatively large agenda, I'm going to seek that now that everyone has spoken that we call a question. Secondly, I'd like to request from the clerk that the vote be registered. Thank you.
I'm going to give everyone else a chance to go a second round if they want before I call the vote, because we gave Councillor Bochek the chance. If anybody else wants to add anything, I'm going to give them that chance. Normally through our procedure bylaw, we normally allow Trevor to speak twice.
All right, thank you. Then I'll reserve my questions as we conclude.
But if you wish to make comments, now's the time to make comments.
My comments I'll conclude. The comment was to call the question and to seek a registered vote. That said, I still do have questions if we are going to go for a second round.
Yeah, then please go ahead with your questions.
So with that said, then I have a few questions to staff, and then finally a comment. The sign-off page for this specific resolution and or report shows that the CBO did not review the report and or sign off on it. So my question to our CBO is, has the Baxter Ward Community Centre Lounge been formally assessed for suitability as a public-facing library branch under the Ontario Building Code, given the amount of paper and books and all the other things that may be in there? And if so, can the assessment be tabled and presented before the vote?
Through the mayor to Councillor Graziano. So there's a couple things here standing. And what comes into play in the existing building is it wasn't built as an assembly use occupancy, which is what is required for a library. So the library as it sits is supposed to be pick up and drop off only. So you can't have any programming or anything in that building as it was built as a D, which is offices. The Baxter Hall itself is an actual assembly occupancy. So it would have the proper exits, the proper washrooms, especially with the current use of the building. There were no foreseen things in order to assess this to see if it would actually work.
So there was no assessment on your behalf to make sure that this would work? Is that what I understood? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
No, did we have anybody professionally comment on it? No. But it is basically the same use under the same occupancy in the building code.
Understood, thank you. Through the chair, can staff confirm specifically, I guess, what specific conditions would trigger reversal? What is the formal council process to direct the reversal? And what would it cost to return the library to its current equivalent location if it had been moved and have to return back to the current building?
Through you, Mayor Coutier, there is minimal cost to the move at this stage other than loading up a moving van and moving it over. We're not doing any significant change to that facility. The only cost would be changing the locks so that library staff have sole access to that building instead of someone having a pass card and being able to book the gym and having access to that space. The only work we've done to date is to change out the door, which was damaged. We would have had to do that no matter what was in that room. It's a fire door and it was not closing properly. So the only cost again would be the cost of physically moving the books from the current location to the Baxter Ward Community Center.
With regards to this recommendation, it relies on a third-party branch assessment study that has not been attached to the report and has not been tabled before council nor the public. Again, similar to the question that I had with the CBO, can it be tabled before our vote today?
Ms. McGibbon.
If I could just quickly comment, Councillor Graziano, the branch assessment study report was presented to council last year.
And with that, was there the data that this recommendation relies upon?
Yes.
Can it be furnished again or presented here today?
I can't personally do that because I have a time constraint, but the branch assessment report, I think, is in a number of council minutes.
Clerk Way says she can redistribute it.
Yeah.
And I guess my last question to staff, specifically the library board, is in Honey Harbor, my understanding is that the library itself is housed within the school. Is that correct?
Part of the library is housed in the school. The other part is housed in the Park Landing building.
And so as it stands right now in Honey Harbor, in order to facilitate programming, the library does not actually house that programming within the school. Rather, it has to cross the street to a different building?
No, we house programming in both buildings. It depends what the program is and the size of the program and who's coming. So we use both, and there's a community meeting room in the Park Landing, and the larger room in Park Landing is used for programming, but it also can be easily used for meetings, which is one of the ideas that we were brainstorming in the last month. That's certainly going to be an option for people who might be not able to use a particular space on a particular day in Port Severn at the Baxter Ward Center. We'd be happy to welcome other citizens having meetings in the Park Landing building.
So to confirm then, currently there is programming that will effectively have to cross the street and book another room for in Honey Harbor. Thank you very much.
You. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, again. Just two very quick comments. I'm still would be hopeful for us to be able to defer a final decision so that we can have more conversations between community groups, the library and staff to see how this room can be somehow shared or not lose complete access to the fireside room for special events. And the other comment I just wanted to make and to follow up on Councillor Cooper's comments about the pilot project. In the report today, we don't have any metrics for success of the pilot project. And if this goes forward, I think that would be an important thing to establish early on, and whether it's approved by councillor or provided to council for our information, I think that would be an important step too. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors who wish to be part of round two before we call the vote? All right. I'm going to confer for a moment with our clerk. I've heard, so far from council, I've heard some are against, some are in favor, and some want to defer. I want to do this in the correct order that we best capture what council wants to do. And I'm thinking probably the best thing to do is call a vote on the deferral. If that fails, then we'll do the vote on the positive. And if that fails, then the answer is no. So, okay, so that's what I'm going to do, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And if we're going to amend and create a motion for deferral, I'm going to request that a steering committee be created as part of the deferral. That includes members of our Ward 3 community.
I'm not asking to amend it. I'm simply going to read it and ask all those in favor of deferral. And then
thank you.
A steering committee may
staff
be created.
Staff can address it. Thank you.
If it gets deferred. All right, so I'm going to read the motion. I'm going to call the vote with all those in favor of deferral, and then I'm going to hand it over to Clerk Way to take the vote. So I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council consents to the use of the lounge space within the Baxter Ward Community Centre, and that success of the relocation be reviewed in 2 years' time by the Library Board with a presentation to council, and that relocation will not negatively impact current service delivery nor community events at the community centre. All those in favor of a deferral, Clerk Way.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes, with the community. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
I said no.
Thank you. I was unable to hear due to the comments in the room.
And there's other voices.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsir, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion's defeated 3-4.
All right. The deferral motion has been defeated, and now we're going to call the motion the same. Do I have to read the motion again? No. So now I'm going to ask all those in favor of the current motion as it reads, and I'm going to ask the clerk again to take the vote. Yes.
I'm not sure if this is a proper protocol, but by reading the motion, perhaps members of the audience would understand what the vote actually is for.
I can certainly read it one more time.
Thank you.
I've moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council consents to the use of the lounge space within the Baxter Ward Community Centre, and that the success of the relocation be reviewed in 2 years' time by the Library Board with a presentation to council, and that the relocation will not negatively impact current service delivery nor community events at the community centre. All those in favor, Clerk Way.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
No.
It only counts as one.
Can we get an echo for a third no?
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
No, no.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Petco, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Oh dear, I have the deciding vote, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
I am going to reluctantly vote no, because I think the deferral would have been the better answer.
Let the record show the motion's defeated 3-4.
I'm thinking, let's do, if everybody's had a little more endurance, let's do the MacTier item and then break for lunch. The clerk might correct me.
Can we do Haskett's Drive before lunch because we have the engineer, Mr. Smith, waiting online as well?
Okay.
Or do that? I think that will take much less time than the MacTier motion item.
Okay, well then let's do the Haskett's Drive one, and then we'll do the MacTier item, and then we'll break for lunch.
Can I respectfully ask a question?
You may, but only if it's respectful. Yes.
Well, this has been a very stressful morning for all of the people that you have been speaking to and with. I am relieved personally as a member of Lions, as a member of the Georgian Cottagers Association, as a member of what other things am I? Historical Society. I spoke on their behalf. As a member of SEGBA, as a participant in Baxter Ward Snow Riders, and as my husband is a member of the ATV Club. So I hope that I speak for the rest. Our biggest question now, and in fairness, this may have been being talked about for the last 6 months by the council or the library board, but a lot of the people you've spoken to today are people that are out serving your community. We don't listen to your meetings, I'm sorry, but we have listened to the discussion. We've read them, we've viewed them, in order to prepare for today, we have spent literally hundreds of hours in preparation to try to convince you that this is not a good move. The library, absolutely, we want the library. We would like the library, if it comes down to the fact that the library can't raise funds to have a bigger space or be accommodated by the township space assessment, then we would like the library to come to us and we can help them create a space. We're not opposed to that, but to take our precious little bit of space away is just totally unfair to the rest of us. And I hope that when I was speaking, you noticed that the township of the Muskoka Lakes has 12 community centers. The meeting rooms, 17 meeting rooms, 30 seats to 325 seats. We are 75% of their population. We are 2/3 of their geographic space. So for us to lose our one and only community center here, and in MacTier, their one and only community center, it's just, you can't do this to us. And I respectfully ask you, anyone who is speaking, including the library board chair, it is the Baxter Ward Community Center. It is not the Baxter Ward Center.
I think you've made your point.
So
We
I
wanna
do,
get on to the
my
rest of it.
question, getting to my question, I'm sorry. I said I would
No,
be brief.
You're not.
My question on behalf of all of us is, where do we go from here? How can we be part of any discussion or consultation or information? How can we be part of this discussion that will hopefully take place during your deferred motion?
No, it's not been deferred. It's not been deferred. It was okay. Can we have one conversation.
Sorry?
It has not been deferred, it was defeated. Having said that, I am very hopeful that a conversation will be initiated shortly as to what other options might exist.
And we stand behind that.
Okay.
We
and I
want you, we
now
want to help you. So you, I
go
guess
on
then my
other items.
question is, how can we help you?
You'll hear from people, I'm sure.
I hope you talk to all of us. We have over 400
Yeah.
signatures and mailing addresses, and
Thank you.
hopefully
We need
we
to
can
move
help you.
on. We need to
Thank
move
you.
on. Thank you. All right, so let's do the Haskets Drive item. All right. Haskets Drive. What item is that? We're now going to reach. We're now going to go to 11G, which is with regards to the Haskets Drive drainage update report. Okay, and CEO Mariotti, can you introduce this item, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Coutier. It's just going to be a very brief introduction from my end, as Mr. Smith will give you some more detail to this. But basically, we're asking for an extension so that Mr. Smith can continue his good work, and also an update regarding the assessment for 802/808 Haskets Drive that has been deemed to be not valid. So. With that, I will pass that over to Mr. Smith.
Good morning. Through you, Mayor Coutier, Council, thank you for having me today. I'd like to start by assuring you I had lots of emails to check, so I won't be billing my time for listening in to the meeting here. And furthermore, my wife actually runs community programming for our local township library, so that's it's near to dear to my heart a little here. Thank you very much for your time. You had a long morning, so I'll be as brief as I can be. I'm here to outline two items, as Greg mentioned there. Firstly, you have a resolution that I believe in front of you for an extension for time in response to the petition we received on Haskets Drive. It should be clear, there are two petitions. So this is the petition that we are looking at for the property at 862 Haskets Drive. So we're looking for an extension on that to 18 months. The Drainage Act specifies a period of 1 year. Rationale is just that we look to have our in-person meeting in the spring rather than the fall, so we deferred it to the spring. So we're just getting to that meeting actually on the 12th. So we're looking forward to hosting that. The second item is a brief letter that I've provided in response to the petition at 802 and 808 Haskets Drive. I can share my screen if that's helpful. Do I have the ability to do that, and is that appropriate?
Should have that ability.
Okay. Pick screen 3. And I believe you should be looking at the title page of my letter.
So we can see it.
Okay, great. So what we have here is a short letter response to the petition that was received at 802 and 808 Haskets Drive. For everyone's benefit, I'll just throw a map up here. 802 and 808 are these long lots here. And Haskets Drive is the thin black line on the page. And the purpose of the petition, as we met with the residents in the surrounding area, was to address a low-lying wet area, which is roughly in this location. I'm showing it with my cursor, and I'm going to flip over to another map to show that area a little more clearly. So in our letter, I'll start at the end. We've provided this map. And what we're looking at here is the wet area that we delineated on site. So we had a meeting in November, met with the local residents, including the petitioner, Mr. Smith, and myself and my staff took a total station, survey equipment, and we walked the wet area. It's differentiated by the surrounding area in that it's got the bulrushes, and you know, in reasonably dry weather, we were getting soakers in that area. So we were pretty comfortable that we could delineate it with survey. And then the purpose of the on-site meeting is to determine whether the petition for an improvement passes a few tests under the Drainage Act. And the way that it works is there are 4 tests, and for a petition to be valid, all 4 of the tests have to be, only 1 of the 4 tests, at least, have to be deemed to be true. And in this case, none of the 4 warrants were passed. And so we've written a letter to describe that this petition as it stands isn't valid, and that the project to improve or change the drainage in this area shouldn't move forward. To highlight the 4 tests, the petition is valid if either you have 50% or more of the properties that are affected by the wet area on the petition. So we have 2 properties out of the 5 properties. We sort of show that on this plan here. So the blue properties are represented by the petition, the red properties are not. And so we have 2 out of 6, because there's a small portion onto the Crown land area there. The second warrant is that 60% of the wet area is represented by the petition. And so that's what this figure is meant to show. The blue area is the wet area that's represented by the petition, the 2 properties, and then the red area is the wet area that is not included in the petition, and it's 44% of the area is represented by the petition. So it's not enough of the problem to warrant moving forward with the petition. There are 2 other warrants that can be satisfied. One is that the petitioner is a road authority, so that's not the case here. The second is the director of the ministry that would make the decision, so that's not the case either. And so, in summary, we have outlined in our letter the 4 evaluation of the 4 criteria under the Act, and we conclude that not enough of the problem area is represented by these petitions, by this petition, and as such, our professional recommendation is that the project not move forward. Under Section 9 of the Act, I'm obligated to provide some direction as to what changes could be made to the petition to make it be deemed valid. I understand council would have 60 days to kind of reissue a changed petition. So we make the point of saying if there are 2 additional properties that signed on to the petition, it would then be valid. Or if the township itself of Georgian Bay were to sign on to the petition, it would be determined valid. My rationale there is this area here is currently the right-of-way for Hasketts Drive, and so it's owned by the township. And so if this area, which is sort of the majority of the remaining area, were to be part of the group of petitioners, then we would have enough of the problem to warrant moving forward with the project. I am available to answer questions on the process. I know that the Drainage Act isn't something that perhaps this council has, I don't know your personal experience or your background experience, but I know there are drains within the township, so I'm happy to answer any questions I can. Our next steps then would be to assess the cost of the engineering work, which I've discussed with township staff, and it would be my recommendation that those costs would be borne by the petitioner in this case. So I will, through you, Mayor Coetzee, I'll ask for any questions and be happy to help.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read the motion for everybody's reminder, and then I'll see if council has any questions or discussion. I've moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the date by which the engineer shall file the drainage report for the petition at 862 Hasketts Drive with the clerk shall be extended from a period of 1 year to a period of 18 months. And that the submission date shall be no later than March 8th, 2027. And that council receive the drainage engineer's report for 802/808 Hasketts Drive. Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through your worship. I'm sorry, I should address Ken. I don't see you there, but anyways, I'm sure you can hear me. Ken, you said that the cost would be borne upon the person who's filing for this. Am I correct?
I did say that, yes.
So my question to our treasurer, if this is approved, is this something that the township is going to pay and then try and recoup it? Because if the residents doesn't want to pay this, that issue. So I'm just wondering if the liability is going to be put on the township for the bill and then we have to collect it off the resident.
Through you, Mayor Coetsier to Councillor Bocheck. I'm not entirely sure of what the agreement was in terms of who's paying for the petition to begin with. But ultimately, I would believe if the township did pay, we could recoup it from the residents or petitioning residents. I do believe there was a potential bylaw that was put in place as a result, which would assist with recouping the costs.
Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Ken. Really appreciate the information here. It cleared up a few things for me, and separating the petition for 862 from the other two properties petition helps me a lot on this because I was somewhat confused. I am curious to know, in your opinion, if the petition as it's currently submitted by 806 and 802 doesn't qualify. I'm looking at the map that is provided in the report that shows where lot 862 is relative to the area in question, and I can't quite understand how 862 would qualify. Is it because more people have signed up, or is that one of the reasons we're looking for the extension?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coetsier. Councillor, great question. I would suggest that the on-site meeting for 862 is scheduled for June 12th. So we haven't been there with a focused vision as to what the drainage problem would be at 862. I have, however, been on site a few times. We've had conversations, got a pretty good understanding of drainage in the area. The drainage issue at 862 is different than the drainage issue at 802 and 808. So in the case of 802 and 808, it's about a wet ponded area that has poor drainage impacting the enjoyment of the property or the ability to have a sort of driveway that would make its way to Haskett's Drive. So it was about standing water. At 862, it's about being the outlet of the system and a conveyance of water, a sort of channelized, incised erosion problem that's threatening some of the structures. And so the intent of the on-site meeting for 862 will be go and determine whether that problem, that issue, is contained sort of solely on 862's property. And if so, they would represent the entire sort of population of the problem area. The idea behind the validity of the petition is if there's a problem, is enough of it represented by the petitioning group. You don't want to solve a massive problem because one property owner's concerned. So at 862, I anticipate we'll be looking at erosion and a flow path issue that may be contained only to that property.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Council, do you need me to read the motion another time? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we're going to go to item, I think it's E, item 11E, and that's with regards to some funding for the MacTier Arena. Ms. Schneier, this is your report, I believe.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I present to you today the report with respect to some potential funding with community-based support for the community of MacTier with respect to the Township of Georgian Bay Arena. It has come to our attention that this funding is available largely because the municipality did go through FedNor's approach to community planning, and there was a significant amount of community engagement with respect to the project known as Refresh MacTier. the idea behind the grant is to work on the concrete side only of the building to be able to make the facility more marketable for any type of potentially revenue generated rental opportunities. And right now, the condition of the arena, the dressing, the concrete portion of the arena, which will, let's just call that the community center side, is not favorably welcoming. The dressing rooms are in poor condition. The bathrooms need to have significant upgrades. The lift to get to the upstairs space is in need of some refreshment, but more specifically upstairs in the community center, the kitchen needs a complete overhaul, and the community center space also needs to have some rehabilitation with the ceiling tiles as well as the flooring itself. This project will work in support of the community's interest in keeping the community center regardless of any decisions made by council with respect to the full facility. And this funding opportunity does not require us to report on any type of usage of the arena at this point. It's an economic driver for the opportunity to be able to have the township be able to market this asset more favorably. So we have had conversations with FedNor and NOHFC, which stands for the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation. We've also had site visits with NOHFC to the facility. The intention and focus of this, as I reiterate, is really only for the community center side of the full facility. If you have any questions, I'm delighted to answer.
Delighted, like that. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, it's excellent news to hear that there is interest in funding. I understand that the recommendation is that we allocate a certain amount of money towards this as a prerequisite to acquire that funding. And the only recommendation that I would ask council here today to do is, if in the event that we lose the funding, that we still maintain that amount of money towards the facility regardless. So given that we would be allocating the amount, I'd like to see that stay within the facility if we do not secure funding. Thank you.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I don't really have anything specific to ask, but I just wanted to comment that the community in MacTier has been instrumental in making this funding opportunity a possibility for us today. And I know this is the community center and the kitchen is their #1 priority. They've been working hard getting shovel-ready plans in place, and I think that has helped the funding situation immensely. And I just want to recognize that staff and the community worked hard to make this happen, and I'm hoping today we can get through this milestone and move on to making the improvements, and we can have the MacTier Lions Wild Game Dinner at the Arena Community Center and as an inaugural event. So looking forward to it. Thank you.
You're getting hungry, aren't you? You want lunch.
It's time for lunch, yeah.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. A couple of things I'm going to address to our sustainability officer, and maybe more suggestions than questions, if that's okay. I did attend an open house meeting, and one of the concerns was what you referred to as the concrete part, which is more of the community center part and what's below that. Well, what's below that in the concrete is the change rooms, is the confectionery stand. And I would appreciate that if this moves forward and we get to the architectural part of this, coming from a background of hockey, there's 22 men on a hockey team. We have one shower. 22 guys, one shower, not exactly what you want. Women, women and girls hockey, women and girls figure skating. There's no dedicated dressing room for women. And with the time allotment, when you, at the MacTier Arena, you rent your ice time and then you're granted a time to leave the arena so the next event can start. A lot of times that's from hockey going into figure skating. Can't have those two people in the same room. I'm sorry, that's just not possible. So we need to look at the architectural structure, if we move forward, of how we're going to make that better for the community as a whole. I think the funding is a great opportunity, and I know, like a lot of other projects within the township, the community's become very involved with these projects, whether it's volunteering to run the convention stand, or volunteering to work on doing some work on the arena. It's there. I know these people from MacTier. It's there. So I would like to see this move ahead. I think it's a slam dunk. The funding is needed. It's needed for the community, and I think we can make some great improvements to that facility. Thank you.
Any response or?
No, Your Worship.
Sorry?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. Councillor Hazelton.
Could you confirm or kind of refute a comment that I heard recently that the arena size is too small for any competitive events, and therefore we're really struggling to utilize the facility in a kind of desirable way where you bring in teams from other jurisdictions, other areas, and have competitive activities, but we can't do that? Is that true?
Through Your Worship, that isn't true. The size of the arena would stop us from having large grown-up teams coming to play, but children can still come and play in that arena. As a mother of a hockey player, we have played in smaller arenas than what is available in MacTier and have successfully had games. It's really a matter of bringing up the construction side of the the concrete side of the building so that it's at least marketable for minor hockey to even consider coming to MacTier. Right now, Councillor Bocek mentions the state of the dressing rooms. There's not even sinks in the dressing rooms right now to wash your hands after using the toilet. So these types of things we need to absolutely facilitate in order to and to make us more marketable. But the ice is fine for various uses.
I'd like to ask Director Engel for comments on the size relative to competitive sports events.
And through you, Mayor Coutier, it is undersized to meet the standard required by the Hockey Association. We have reached out, we've had many discussions with them. Even in areas where there are no other options, they will let younger team players play on an undersized rink, the expectation being that they would go to full ice before the end of the season. So it is a challenge. That is why we have a challenge getting league play at that facility, and that is why we have a challenge getting tournaments at that facility. The rink does not meet the Hockey Association standards. It also does not meet the Lacrosse Association or the Ringette Association.
Thank you. Could you give us some perspective on the long-term viability of that facility given these sizable shortcomings?
And through you, Mayor Coutier, I can't speak to the long-term viability. We would have to look at other uses. That was part of what the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee was looking into. At this point in time, we have figure skating that operates out of that arena 2 nights a week. We have practice. It is used for practice 3 nights a week, or 3 nights a week. It could be more if we see other facilities around us close down. But at this stage in time, we've had pretty consistent users for a number of years when it comes to figure skating in practice and haven't seen a significant increase.
So from an investment perspective, if I could continue, from an investment standpoint, from a priority standpoint, should we be trying to make that facility a true competitive facility that can be utilized the way one would normally think an arena can be used for competitive hockey things, and kind of raising the profile of that facility in our geography? Or should we be recognizing that it has such serious shortcomings that it can never achieve to that or aspire to that, and that we need to look at rechanneling the usage characteristics of it in some other significantly different direction?
Sorry, it is in rough shape. It does need to be upgraded to some degree, and this is what we're looking at upgrading. It is the community center. None of the funding at this point in time is looking at the arena side, the rink side of things.
Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Councillor Jarvis before, didn't I?
My question was answered.
Okay, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. And I was just at the exact point that you've responded to. There is another part of this facility, and funding will be required for that, or something has to happen. So we're talking about funding from the township of $250,000 for the community center aspect. What about the roof at the marina? I understood that was a $500,000, $1 million project. What's the story there? Because we need to look at everything, not just one part of a building. Is that not what's happening here?
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. So this potential funding has really stemmed from the good work that the folks in MacTier had done together with the facilitator, and presented a report to council back in, I think it was January or February, which was funded by, I believe it was FedNor. And so this work has already been on their radar. However, the original discussions that took place were only around the community center component and not the ICE, and that's why they're focusing their funding on the community center component. The ICE aspect is a different conversation to have down the road, again together with the community. But right now it would be to turn down $1 million. That $1 million is going to be spent somewhere. If it's not this township, it's going to be spent in another township, and so it really would be wise for us to continue down this path, and whether the ICE stays or goes down the road, it's still worthwhile to do the upgrades that we feel are necessary at the community center component of the arena.
Thank you, Mayor and CAO Mariotti. I understand that the funding, what the sort of format is. I can read the screen. Still $250,000, and I wanted an answer as to what the whole project might amount to, because something has to happen with the arena. And are we talking $500,000, $1 million, $2 million, and where's the money going to come from? Thank you.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Coetzee. So we do have it as part of our capital plan, funding that is slated to maintain the ICE component as is. So that's coming down the pipeline. It's been identified, and therefore we have to fund that accordingly.
And how much is that?
I'm not the numbers guy, so I'm going to look over to my left here.
Through you, Mayor Coots, here to Councillor Hooper. I can definitely look that up right now and let you know how much we have slated in the capital budget.
If I could just finish that, say, I'm concerned about a project where I've got blinkers on. I'm looking at one aspect of a two-aspect situation. So I need full understanding of what our ratepayers are going to have to come up with at some point. It'll be a lot of money.
I'm going to respond to that and make a couple of comments, and then I'm going to go for those who want to do a round two. I think what's important about this funding is it's only for the community center end of the building. In other words, the arena could be torn down and thrown out. And MacTier, maybe you should plug your ears. But this community end would still stand. It's a separate roof, so to speak. It's even if the back end was going to be no ice surface or completely gone or what have you, this community center would still stand. And this investment is in that community center. And I don't think anyone in MacTier, and certainly not from my perspective, it makes perfect sense to invest in this community center because it's a long-term investment in a building that was built 50 plus years ago. 50. Oh, okay, I was close. Rounding, it was 50 years ago. You know, the building itself needs a refresh. The community absolutely needs the community center, and I think you know, whether those change rooms are used by people who put on skates or they put on rollerblades or they put on running shoes or they put on tracksuits, I don't care. We still want change rooms in the. So I think personally it's a good use of our money if and of course it's still an if situation. If we can get the $1 million and we put $250,000 in ourselves, that I think that's a good investment in that end of the building. Councillor Predko.
Sorry, I wasn't expecting us to get to round two quite yet, but here we are.
Everybody's spoken except Councillor Jarvis, who passed for round one.
So what I just wanted to also reiterate is that in terms of our capital asset planning, we don't have current funds allocated in reserve for refurbishing the community center. This is an excellent opportunity for us to take advantage of funds by contributing somewhat from our reserves, but otherwise fully funding the rest of the projects that we currently would have to be raising our mill rate for in the future. And there's other important aspects of this community center. It was mentioned earlier on this morning, the warming center faction of that, having a generator capability so that when we have significant storm events in the past, like we did a couple of winters ago when there's no power in MacTier for 10 days, 2 weeks, however long it was, people need a place to go that don't have backup power at home or heat. So this is an important component to the community center in the community, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to address the shortfalls in our capital planning too. Thank you.
Councillor Wojcik, followed by Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, firstly, happy birthday. I understand today's your birthday. Very good.
That's the only reason there were the crowds here.
Right. So what I hear from this report is there's $1 million floating around out there from the province or from the feds that say, apply for it and you can have it. Apply for it, qualify for it, you can have it. It's a no-brainer. We are in that position that we can do that. Now, also what I want to say, and it refers to a little bit to my two fellow councillors on the other side there. Our community centers, our rinks, our buildings are not a business. They're not there to make money. They're a part of the community. And as a government, as a local government, we spend a lot of money on community items, buildings, rinks, etc. They are never going to be profitable. They weren't meant to be profitable. So in order for us to obtain this money to do the improvements that we need has nothing to do with the size of the hockey rink whether we can have hockey in there or not. That's a completely different subject when it comes to this funding. But what I will ask our operations director is, I've done a little bit of research, and OMHA to a certain age allows hockey. OMHA, you might want to refer to them. When it gets to junior hockey is a draft system that comes out of minor hockey. You have to have the full-size rink for that hockey, is my understanding. So if you want to have the Muskoka Rock have 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old players get out there and play hockey, they're more than welcome to do that on that size arena. There's nothing stopping them. So this is why it's such an important and valuable asset to this community. One day, yes, we might put bigger boards in. We might even put stands in and have 20,000 people show up. We don't know. But right now, what we do now is we have funding available to us that is going to cost us a small amount of money to achieve a lot of money to get done what they like to have done in MacTier. Thank you.
20,000 people. I'm going to hand that over to you, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Every year, a certain contingent of our population, or a certain percentage of our population, pack up every fall and they go home to their urban areas where they have recreational facilities, ice arenas, gymnasiums. But a large percentage of our population doesn't. They stay here. And they too look to our municipality for these services and these benefits. The people of MacTier are incredibly similar to the people of Port Severn. They live here full time. This is home. Their kids every winter look towards our facilities and they play in them. Hockey, roller skating. I've seen so many smiles pass through that facility in my time in MacTier that I have advocated time and time again for these facilities. And I reiterate, they don't have the luxury of packing up and going to urban areas to seek those facilities and use their recreational assets. They look to us. We have an opportunity to receive $800,000 in free money to invest into one of our facilities. We'd be silly not to take it. And so I'm going to, again, throw in my support here today and say that this is a no-brainer to me. 800 grand of free cash going to our facilities, supporting our communities of full-time residents, and to those kids who continue and will continue to smile after our vote today. So I fully support this. Thank you.
Actually, we're hopeful for $1 million.
That's $1 million with our 250 or $1 million after our 250?
$1 million plus our 250.
Ah, so there we go. Even more so, $1 million, even more.
All right. No. I'm going to read the motion. It's got moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to apply for funding in the amount of $500,000 from the Federal Economic Development Agency for Northern Ontario, more popularly known as FEDNOR, for the purpose of refreshing the MacTier Arena community space. And that the staff be directed to apply for funding in the amount of $500,000 from the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation, NOHFC. I don't know if we say that in any particular way, like or
No.
knock.
No, Your Worship, you just say NOHFC.
Yeah, that's boring. For the purpose of refreshing the MacTier Arena community space, and that staff be directed to set aside just over 10% of the total funding project in the amount of $100,000 from the working capital reserve for the purpose of refreshing the MacTier Arena community space. And that staff be directed to set aside no more than $125,117 from the working capital reserve and $30,000 from the IT reserve to help with project management of the renovations, including IT, project coordination, and contingency. All those in favor? Well, then I'm going to hand it over to our clerk.
Let the record show Councillor Bocek requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Cooper, how do you vote?
I haven't got all the information I need, but I'll vote yes.
Counselor Pretko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Graziano, how do you vote?
Absolutely yes.
Counselor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes, with great thanks to our Director of Sustainability for actually sourcing these funds.
Let the record show the motion's carried 7-0.
All right, and with that, I'm going to call a lunch break. Council, half an hour or 45 minutes? Okay, 1:15. We're going to get back together at 1:15, please. My first question has to be, where did everybody go? Yeah. Okay, I have no idea where we are, but I do know that we only got through 3 out of our 7 or something staff reports. So I'm thinking, let's get the staff reports section done. And hopefully nobody's gonna yell. So the shelter agreement, the OSPCA shelter agreement, item B, we have not discussed. So why don't we discuss it? Do I go to our bylaw department, Ms. King?
Please, yeah. So through you, Mayor, the township is required to provide shelter services for the dogs that we impound. This includes intake, care, and holding periods, as well as placement of any dogs that exceed the stray period or have been abandoned in that time. So since 2017, the OSPCA Midland and District Branch, which remains the closest and most suitable facility given to the township, has been providing sheltering services for us. Staff have a good working relationship with the OSPCA, and on average, over the last 4 years, we've brought in 3 dogs to the shelter per year. The proposed 5-year agreement, which runs from 2026 to 2031, maintains similar terms to the current contract with an updated annual base cost of $3,500. This covers up to 10 dog intakes per year, and if there'd be additional fees if we brought in over 10. We do not anticipate bringing in more than 10 dogs per year, and there is not a lower price option for less dogs. This is a base price that's offered for sheltering services provided by the OSPCA across the areas that they cover. While this represents an increase from 2025, the township is receiving a reduced rate compared to the OSPCA's new standard base fees. So if someone else wanted to come on board with them for the same services we get, it's much higher. There's the only change that all continue to provide the facilities, staffing, insurance coverage with annual cost adjustments tied to CPI. A procedural change under the new branch management means after hours access to the shelter would no longer be available. This has been rarely required over the time here that we've been using the OSPCA and will be addressed through revised procedures and public communication. The OSPCA staff in the shelter are in the shelter from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily and can receive dogs from the township during that time. So chances of something coming in after those times is pretty slim. Overall, the agreement provides a stable and cost-effective compliant solution for the animal sheltering needs, and staff recommend to council that the council approve the renewal to maintain uninterrupted service and ensure continued responsible animal welfare management.
Thank you. Council, any questions or discussion? Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you for the report. I'm curious about a couple of things. Your report, I can't find it right. How many dogs have we put in or had to, how often have we had to access the service over the last year?
Over the last year, it kind of varies year to year, but the average through the last 4 years is 3 dogs a year.
3 dogs.
So yeah, normally it's 3 to 5 in that range, but it just depends. I think the most I've ever brought in 1 year was 7, but we won't go over 10.
Do we sometimes, or have we in the past, billed the eventual owner when they're found of a dog that's been put into the SPCA?
So they do pay impound fees and daily maintenance fees in order to get their dog back from the shelter. Those fees are to cover some of the OSPCA's other costs. We would lay charges if a dog was at large, and that's how we came in contact with it. So we do try and recoup our costs where appropriate during enforcement. And if there was a vet bill for a dog while they're in holding, that would be something we would transfer back to the owner once they claimed it.
Have all dogs that we've put into the SPCA had homes eventually?
Eventually, yeah, most every one of them. We have had quite a few that had been abandoned, it turned out, or people don't come forward during that stray hold period, and then the OSPCA either adopts them out themselves or works with rescues. They're really great that way.
And then what about other animals?
We don't cover any other animals, so we don't provide wildlife or any cat, impounding or anything like that. We don't provide wildlife services. So that's something we've never provided since I've been here.
Okay, obviously not your department, but who provides other wildlife services? Do we have access to? Does our municipality have access to, problem I don't know, raccoons, whatever?
So for wildlife, it becomes a private issue if there's like a raccoon that's, you know, something in your property, that kind of way. So we'll just, we get those calls, we refer people to pest control services. There's also some really great rescues around that my staff and myself know of. So we'll recommend that people contact them. Sometimes those rescues want the people who are giving the calls to, you know, contain the animal or drive it up to them. So those options are available, but not many municipalities provide wildlife.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, your hand's not working again. Go figure.
Yes, thank you, through your mayor. The first part of my question was already answered. So you're not coming to get the coyotes out of my backyard or the raccoons from eating my hummingbird feeders? That ain't happening. Okay. And there was a little bit of noise during during your delegation, and I missed part of it. And is this the one on Highway 12 between Victoria Harbor and Port McNichol? Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And I only have one question with regards to the municipal licensing fee to staff. We, I believe, collect for dog licenses, do we not? And how much of that, if any, goes towards this $7K annual fee for the SPCA?
3,500 for the OSPCA for the year.
Sorry, 3,500.
Yeah, okay. We do collect lifetime license fees that are $50 per dog for the life of the dog. I don't know, like, I don't think that it directly goes to the animal sheltering cost, but it would go into the pot that then pays for that. But that's my non-finance answer.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Then I'm going to say moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council authorizes the mayor and clerk to execute the agreement for the OSPCA Midland and District Branch to provide pound services for the Township of Georgian Bay. All those in favor? And that is carried. And now, Ms. Engel, you're going to remind us of times when things were colder and snowier. All right. Thank you very much. So this is past tense. This is a done deal? Yeah. So you're basically asking for forgiveness as opposed to permission in one sense, even though you obviously did the responsible thing.
In the case of an emergency repair where we need to do the work to maintain the level of service and legislated level of service, the CAO can approve that. I still have to bring it to council, and then I have to get council to also approve that I take the money from the reserve.
No, I wasn't being critical because certainly if you hadn't done it, there were a lot of people complaining about their kids getting lost in snowdrifts. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Thanks for the short report, Maura. I'm just wondering, is there any value in the old one since we're purchasing a new one in the way of a trade-in or a sell-off purchase or send to auction, or is it just junk? An anchor.
It's an anchor.
It's an anchor. That's simple enough then. Thank you.
So if you need a new anchor for your boat, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm just wondering what the warranty is like on the new version. And how long did we have the old one for, out of curiosity?
The old one was from 2019, so it was 7 years old, which given the heavy snow we've had these last couple of years, they take a beating. The new one, I believe, will have a 1-year warranty on it, and then there's additional warranties on other components.
Thank you. I'm a fan of orange versus green, but that's a personal preference. Thank you.
Well, a couple cans of paint. Put you can put handprints on them. Okay. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that council receive the report regarding emergency replacement of a 54-inch blower for the John Deere sidewalk plow, and that council approve the purchase to be funded in the amount of $7,632 and a penny, including non-rebatable HST from the fleet reserves. All those in favor? And that is carried. And where am I next? I'm going to talk bear bins. Or, all right, who did that report for me? Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is actually coming off of an original resolution from Councillor Predko that was asking staff to review the options of potentially redirecting funds from the food cycler program to perhaps allow residents to get access to bear bins. So we put out requests for various quotes from 3 manufacturing vendors. And we present to you the report, the results of 2 of the vendors. You'll notice a very small size difference in the bins, but equally it's reflected in the price. Coming to you today to ask whether or not it is the will of council to consider supporting the purchase of 100 bins to be subsidized by the municipality in various measures, and there's options in front of you. And then also be able to facilitate a drop-off in our parking lot twice in the summer of 2026 as they are being built out. We do know that the island community is starting to use bear bins right now because we want to absolutely support the new waste plan. And if people aren't coming off the island, a bear bin is a very safe way to reduce the amount of impact that waste would have on wildlife and let alone the environment. So I present to you today this report and request your review.
Thank you very much. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Ms. Schneier, for the report. And it's nice that our suppliers will be able to offer somewhat of a discount. Always be nicer if they had a 50% off discount, but you know, that is their business. Can you confirm, please, that the supplier A and supplier C are local to our community, or are they more remote?
Yeah, I'll say it again.
I did say Ms. Schneier.
Yes, you did, but I'm just looking to Clerk Way to see what I'm allowed to answer.
You're not allowed to answer, I believe, identity of the suppliers, but rough geographic location. One's north, one's south. I don't know.
Well, through you, your worship, one is very local and one is less local.
Thank you. I know that talking to residents, they were most interested in hearing that this program might consider a local vendor. So that was my only reason for that question. And I would be supportive of either option 3 or option 2, because obviously the food cycler program is still important to us as well, and I would not want us to remove all the funding from that program for something else when we don't know what the uptake will be in the other program as well. Thank you.
Councilor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And question to staff, do we know, or do we happen to know, and maybe this is better suited for our district councillors as well, what the total amount of our population that uses bear bins currently is? I know that we have some curbside pickup, especially in Port Severn, that have bear bins out there. Do we have a rough general understanding of what?
Through you, Your Worship, I don't have any empirical data. I can tell you that on my road, I would say probably 80% of the residents have a bear bin. Also because they're cottagers, and so they leave on Sunday or Monday, and the garbage isn't picked up till Wednesday. But that is a personal observation and absolutely no data.
Follow-up question. Is this intended to be a one-time subsidy if we do allocate a subsidy, and what's the longevity of these bins?
The bins are warranted for 2 years. The program will run until the 100 bins are sold, and then we'll come back to council and provide you with some feedback as to how that went. And I think also we're going to put a sunset date on the idea of the bins, because we will have made a commitment to the vendor to purchase 100 bins. But we might put a sunset clause that if we get to 90, then he or she can turn around and sell them to the other last 10 privately, just in case we don't get to that number. The good news about both of the vendors is that they will build to suit. So when we sell the first 25, which we feel very confident we will, those will be made and delivered right away. And then the next 25 will be done based on an order. So he or she will have an idea of how many orders are coming in, and we can keep that communication line wide open with the vendor.
And if I may, just for the sake of clarity, our commitment is locked in. We are committing to X amount of bins. We are all financially responsible for that commitment, regardless of whether or not we achieve that distribution amount or not.
Yeah, through your worship, that's ultimately my goal, is to make a commitment with the vendor for 100 bins and hope for success. I think we might put a little clause in the agreement that if sales aren't going well, we might at this point of the program stop it, because maybe it isn't a successful program before we pre-purchase the other 50.
And one last question, if I may. Thank you. Are we going to be, how are we marketing this to the general public? I know with the food cycler, much easier. I could bring it to an actual regatta, physically display it, show it, as I've done before. I'm assuming I won't be able to with a bear bin, unless I have a crane and a big boat. So how are we going to be marketing this to ensure that there is going to be a substantial amount of uptake and understanding that this subsidy is out there?
I think I'll ask the vendor to make me a little mini bin so that we can use that as an advertising for this summer.
Interesting. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we have room in the bid in the budget for Councilor Graziano to have his own crane unit. Councilor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, a couple comments and then a couple of questions. We were a frequent user of the food cycler for a number of years, and we bought it from the township with subsidies. And then the green bins came out, and when you have curbside pickup, it's so easy just to put things in a green bin and put it out by the curb, which it never was that easy. Will these bins have the height to support the green bin inside of the bear bin is my first question. And the second question is, since the return of the grackles and the seagulls and everything else, and since district made us use clear bags, it's not a good idea to not have it protected in a garbage can or something. So my concern is that these are big enough to hold the blue bins, and that the District of Muskoka will actually open up the bin, take out your green bin, empty it, and then take out your garbage, empty it, and then take out your recycling and empty it all out of that green bin. Are we going to have some sort of district approval for that?
The district green bins are 24 inches tall, and each of these suppliers provide bins that are either 28 or 30. And again, anecdotally, on my road, people put their green bins inside their green bin, and then the district does come and pick up the supplies inside the bin, because there's enough room in the bin for a bag of clear waste. There's enough room in the bin for a green bin, and then also recycling.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis, please.
Yeah, I like this idea, generally speaking, but is there any concern that those that have already purchased bear bins will come back on us and ask for the subsidy for the money they already put out for their bear bins?
Through your worship, I don't know whether or not that would happen. This is a very fluid opportunity for people to be able to access a bear bin. I don't know. Through your worship, I don't know what people will do.
It's more or less a rhetorical question anyway. I do have one maybe for a couple of councillors who are more inland than on the lakeside, and do they have any indication from their constituents of what the uptake might be on this?
This looks like Councillors Wojcik and Predko are going to give you an answer on that.
Yeah. Obviously I live in a survey like Oak Bay, Hillside Drive survey. And so we're a little bit different than the rest of the township. Let's put it that way.
Okay, I know you're different.
Yeah. But can I answer anything specific?
I'm just curious. I mean, do you have any insight from your neighbors on, I mean, do all your neighbors have bear bins to start with? Would they purchase one of these bear bins? What's their inclination?
No, in my neighborhood, we have no bear bins because we're fortunate enough, have been fortunate enough, to know the time schedule that the trucks come by and pick up your stuff. So you'll run out, put your green bin out, 10 minutes later they dump it, you bring it back in. But if you're not at home full time, it's going to be an issue. So just around the corner from me, Honey Harbor Road, full of bear bins all the way down Honey Harbor Road. So that's what I know about it.
And from my perspective, there is interest and demand in the north end because we've lost bins, collection sites, and the district has been is starting to introduce curbside collection on private roads, as well as roads like 12 Mile Bay, Go Home Lake Road, and others that don't need a special agreement because they're already municipal roads. So those people are all suddenly on the list of curbside collection. A lot of them are seasonal, and they're asking about things like bins, bear bins. So I would say, just as my last, I'm going to take my hand down, because I think to help facilitate the advertising, if we can let the district know that residents in our township that are getting curbside collection starting this year, this program is available. They could contact the township and order one and get details.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Brilliant idea, bear bin program. I think the idea is great. I thought of it months ago, years ago maybe. But I do have a but. Water access only properties are now subsidizing all the curbside pickup. We have had no services, and we are now subsidizing through our taxes all of the curbside pickup in the township.
Thank you.
And now you want to subsidize the curbside pickup by helping them buy bear bins. I suggest what we need to do is take this concept of subsidy and identify all of the marinas where people are paying for private service and consider a subsidy for everyone who can prove that you're paying for a private service. That'd eat up that $30,000 in a heartbeat. But let's talk about fair. It is not fair for my water access only properties to first of all be subsidizing curbside, because that's what we're doing in the tax model, and then now subsidizing them further with bear bins. Thank you.
You know that the curbside folks have been subsidizing the marina bins for years because they cost more per person, the way district managed it, than curbside.
So I hear the words. We have never got the data from the district on what it really costs, and the district is silent on that, so we really don't know. there are postulations that curbside, anyways. The point is, we don't know that as a fact. And I think that what we need to understand is a truck going up and down a street and picking up garbage versus a truck doing a lift where the garbage is already in the bin and all the truck has to do is go in, dump, and move on. And they probably have 30 to 50 to 100 properties in that bin. I think the data needs to be verified, and I take offense to your suggestion.
Yeah, but you may take offense, but the way they charged us was more for the, anyway. Councillor Cooper.
Very big ditto. And I think I would really like our mayor to explain to all our water access community why they got their services removed. And now we're going to do this kind of subsidy? I don't get it at all.
If you want me to explain why the service got removed, you talk to the province and the district. It wasn't our decision or my decision. So let's.
What are we doing to support that community financially? They're paying the freight now. It's unfair.
CEO Marriott.
Highly unfair.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coutier. I just want to remind council that staff is bringing this report forward simply because there was a motion that was moved and council adopted it. So we're just simply reporting back.
Councillor Bocek, is that a new hand or an old hand? Go ahead.
I'll just address this to whoever wants.
You should probably put your mic on.
That's a good one. I hear about the non-services out on the bay and the subsidization of the inland, which I think is probably a valuable argument if it has any substantive data to support it. Because the last time I checked, I didn't have an OPP boat pull up to my house on Hillside Drive to add assistance when I needed it. There's different funding for different services that you receive from different areas. Like, Peter, you're looking at me like I'm crazy, but do you know what we pay in OPP costs? And do you know how much that is to the Marine unit to service the islands in Georgian Bay Township? So when we're talking about the islanders subsidizing the curbside pickup in this township, to me is not even a debatable argument, because we hear every day about we get nothing, we get nothing, we get nothing, you guys inland get everything. That's not true. And I'll have that debate with anybody from the Bay at any time, because it's not true, and it needs to be understood the services you do receive that the township pays for. Anytime.
Good.
Councillor Jarvis.
If we're having that discussion, Mr. Mayor.
No, Councillor Jarvis has now been recognized because he had his hand up.
I'd just like to note that Islanders are now, in my case, proud owners of a food cycle care of the program in that regard. And greatly appreciated the subsidy that was set up for that. And that's worked out very, very well for us. And I know a number of other people that use the food cycler feel the same way. While I have sympathetic thoughts, comments made by Councillors Hazelton and Cooper, I still think this is a good idea in order to keep our garbage somewhat under control and away from the local wildlife. So I'd be happy to use that subsidy that's already in place to a certain extent, and we should move ahead on this.
I will admit to mixed feelings about this. One, I love the idea that we are able to negotiate a volume discount for our residents. In other words, the supplier A has a bin worth $900 and is willing to sell it for $750. That's whatever the math works out to be. That's just a fairly significant discount. It more than covers the HST portion of the original purchase. So I think that is very good. One of the things that I'm concerned about is I don't know what the number is of new people who are now getting potentially roadside pickup this summer who has not had it in the past. I don't know, if that number adds up to 100 people. And so I am a little bit concerned because I don't think we're talking 1,000 people. I think we're talking 100 or maybe 150. I don't know the exact number. And giving that particular group a discounted bear bin, which is a relatively small group compared to our total population. When we did the food cycler program, that everybody in the township was eligible for that discount, and I still think I still personally highly recommend food cyclers because it's saved me a lot of grief and stink. But it's for everybody. This will be either it'll be, if we did this discount, it's for a relatively small number of folks, or those who might be deciding to replace their bear bin and taking advantage of it. But again, it's, you know, roughly 30% of our residents, and I'm ballparking, have roadside pickup. And I don't know what portion of those are using bear bins versus not. I'm afraid I don't know what that ratio would be. And so I'm really, what I really like about this is automatically, even if we vote for option 1, they're getting a $150 discount on their price because the vendor is willing to give us a volume discount. And I think that is well worth sharing with everyone. But I find myself hesitant to go further. And if I were to go further, you know, I could say, okay, $75, but if they get, you know, that's similar to the food cycle. But again, the food cycler was for everybody, not just people who have one type of waste collection versus another. So that's why I'm hesitant to go farther than option 1. Ms. Schneider, you wanted to comment.
Your worship, this program is available to everybody, just like the food cycler program. And to clarify, if people in the island community are having to alternate their waste management strategies, a bear bin would be helpful to reduce the amount of impact that waste would have on wildlife if it's not in an enclosed container.
How much does a bear bin weigh?
How much wood does a woodchuck chuck?
It would be a challenge, I think, to get it to many water access without getting somebody in the
Right. Through the pardon? Through you, Your Worship, what I'm trying to clarify is the weight of the bin. The supplier that's really local is familiar with the island community and is definitely open to supporting the delivery. There is another option where he or she could deliver them here to the municipal office and people can pick them up with their trailers for inland properties. And so there's definitely ideas and supports, but let me find out the weight.
All right, Councilor Cooper.
Well, let's start with understanding bear bins on the islands. I don't know what's being discussed here. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Jarvis, you want to give us?
Yeah, just specifically, we have a bear bin on our island. When one of the cottagers is invested in a bear bin, they had to. They get a significant amount of garbage, even with a food cycler, which couldn't keep up with the garbage they were generating. A larger
family. Do you have
family.
a garbage truck come onto your island?
No. They use the bear bin to store the bag of garbage until they can take it into town.
I hear you. Okay, but you're not carrying the bear bin in your boat down to the marina, and so I'm just trying to.
No, but you could if you'd like to offer
that. Sounds absurd. And I'd also like to say that, you know, so there's a lot of misinformation, such as bear bins would have any relevance to the island community. Generally not. I realize there's one out there on Minnehaha Island where the Jarvises are, but it's about the only one that I could think of. But I'd go on to say that I think it's important for us to understand, even though this is way off the subject, but to have the fact that the OPP, as I understand it, but particularly the Coast Guard, are subsidized by the federal government, not any other way. When they're out on the waters, they're subsidized by the feds. So there we go. Thank you. For your cars that come down the road. That's marine. Not on the water.
Okay. Councillor Graziano, can we get off of marine OPP?
We can.
Okay, good.
In fact, we can get on the issue that has been raised with respect to delivery. For those that are unaware, Councillor Graziano will have a shiny new crane very shortly that can help bring some of these bear bins to and from. Joking aside, here's kind of my logic. We have the food cycler program that I think has run its course. Everyone that's going to be acquiring or purchasing one, plus or minus a few here and there, have already acquired one. And so we have the budget that's sitting there right now that can otherwise get reallocated, and that reallocation can go towards bear bins. We are seeing the expansion, or at least soon to be expansion, of curbside pickup by the District of Muskoka. At least in my ward, I know that the Woodlands and Marina Towns, not that they would likely endeavor to acquire a bear bin, but they are slated to be brought online. I do know that there's a few other roads that are in my ward that are slated to be online. I don't think that this project will fail. And I don't think that the subsidy is a poor use of money. I do see the logic with respect to having a bear bin on an island as well, especially as for some within our communities that are going to have different times of pickup for District of Muskoka at the shores or at the government docks, and being able to manage their home wastes in between those pickup times, or hypothetically if they miss a date and time for whatever reason, being able to have and store their overflow into a bin. So I think that to Ms. Schneier's point, this is available to everybody. For those that want to purchase one, I think that they will. The program will be utilized personally, and I support it. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to disagree that the food cycler course has run its course, because I think it's going to keep on continuing, especially with the change in the marina collection. I think more people are going to hear from their neighbors, but also maybe want to consider reducing their trips with their garbage again. And anyway, we'll see how that goes. So now, council, at this point, we have option 1, no discount, option 2, 75, option 3, 150, option 4, 300. We have to start narrowing down the numbers so that I can call a motion and we'll see what happens. Or do we just do a straw poll here to see who wants to go for what? So I'm going to ask all 6 of you to voice your opinion. Well, you've already said 75 or 150. You're 75.
75 to every cottager who can demonstrate they're paying for private service at the marina.
That's not what's in front of us.
I understand that.
So that's a separate. That's a separate motion.
That's option 5. I mean,
I
heard earlier we're trying to get rid of this subsidy thing that we set up for the food cycler. Well, let's use it for a purpose where all of those people are getting screwed because of all the services taken away.
You've made that point, but right now we have the bare bins debate in front of us, so we do not have a motion in front of us with regards to marina subsidy.
Why not?
Because nobody put it in front of us.
Well, it's up to us to bring that forward.
Yes.
Okay. Not our staff, not our mayor, nobody else.
We have been.
This is a result.
Topic forever. And where is the input?
All right. I'm going to stop that. I'm going to presume you want 0, and Council Cooper wants 0 as well as on this one. Yes. Okay. But given all this, I'm going to call a motion, read a motion with $75, because that's the compromise between some who said 150, some who said 0, and some who said 75. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to execute option 2, or $75, as it relates to the communication, purchase, and delivery of bear bins for the 2026-2027 season, up to a maximum of 100 units. and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute an agreement with the successful vendor to determine delivery dates, warranty, discount, and other relevant details of 100 bear bins to be made available to residents.
Mayor, recorded vote, please.
Certainly. Clerk Way, Councillor Hazelton has asked for a recorded vote.
Let the record show Councillor Hazelton has requested a recorded vote. Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
No. Or as in what Bocheck said earlier, no, 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 no.
He only did it twice, I think.
Councillor Bocheck, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Unbearably no.
The pun comes out.
Councillor Precla, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Coutier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show the motion is carried 5-2.
Okay. Okay, so staff reports are, sorry, oh, he's in a different world. Okay. So, new business. Lakeside waste collection hours at Miners Bay. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. So this motion is just a request for council to confirm support for changing the hours of operation from Sunday morning to Sunday afternoon at the Miners Bay collection site. And this is in response to the hours being changed by the district without consultation with the community. Last year it was in the afternoon up until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. With the cutback hours, they also changed the hours to the morning, which now has caused a great decrease in usage of the program again, because it's an extra boat trip for people. They have, with the price of gas this year, people are more adverse to getting extra boat time in. And I don't know if the district is aware, but a round trip cost from one end of the lake to the other is probably $10 or more at this point. So it's not, and it will also take up to 45 minutes to an hour. So I am just asking council to support a request back to district to reinstate afternoon hours rather than more morning hours, to try to make the program both convenient and more successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on this? Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And I'm perplexed at the district's decision to go from what would be perceived as normal hours for those to be up to Sunday collection from 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. I'm assuming, not a.m. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Because that's quite a long window there that we'd be effectively asking for a shorter time. It's perplexing to me that the district would have done this, and so it's a no-brainer. I fully support this.
I mean, I think there's little doubt that the district did this because that way they can send a truck over to our side of the district and then go somewhere else for other collections. So in other words, we're being asked to pay the price for their convenience.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's whereas at the same time they like to tell us that they're willing to adjust hours as to when the services will be most utilized. So I think they're just anyway. Is that talking out both sides of their mouth or something, Councillor Cooper?
Speaking of talking out of both sides of our mouths, let's just remember that the people with no service are subsidizing this too. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Don't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. the routine cost for OPP policing in the Southern Georgian Bay Township is paid based on the population OPP billing model. This takes into consideration property, household, and service calls. Municipal budgets cover these standards of forcing operations and through manual taxation. And if I was misinformed, I apologize to Councillor Hazelton.
The District of Muskoka has decided to bill OPP based on assessment, not number of households, in spite of the fact they're charged by number of households. But if we go down that road, we're going to go way off topic. And right now,
for another day, maybe.
yes. I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Whereas the water access residents receive lakeside collection on Wednesdays and Sundays, and whereas the scheduled hours on Sundays do not provide convenience, cost effectiveness, or safe traffic conditions, and therefore be it resolved that the Township of Georgian Bay requests the District of Muskoka Public Works Department to modify hours of service to 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. I wonder whether we should say the go home late, make reference to go home lake residents here.
Is that late enough?
Councillor Jarvis, you had a question?
Just curious, is request strong enough? Can we not demand? I'm just concerned our requests can be turned down.
So can a demand.
Well, it's a little more emphatic.
I think request is the right.
I guess we can be polite
Any
about
other
it. I don't know
comments
why.
or questions? All those in favor? And I have 5-2. All right, and now we get to the consent agenda. We have 7 items in the consent agenda. And so my first question to everybody, is there anything you wish to pull, adopt, change, or do we have 8 items? Hang on one second. One thing in front of me is old, so I apologize to everyone. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. So it includes the Council of May 4th, Planning Council of May 5th, the Committee of the Whole of May 5th, and the Committee of the Whole resolutions from May 5th, and then we have the MacTier Advisory Committee, the monthly department highlights, and the quarterly financial results. Those are the various items we have there. So my question to all of you, is there anything you wish to pull or discuss, Council? All right. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of June 1st, 2026 as circulated. All those in favor? And I got enough votes that that is carried. Okay. Yeah, we can do that now. Yeah, we'll get the communications and then we'll go into closed. So, based on last month's order, let's start with Councillor Bocek and go through and end with Councillor Cooper, please. Comments on May.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Not a lot happened. Quite a bit at district, which is pretty boring for everybody here because it didn't really affect us very much. Kind of the big 3 on the far side. A ton of constituent visits to their homes, them coming to my home, emails and texts and phone calls about what went on this morning. And that took up most of my month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I think fairly similar. There was the MAAC meeting earlier in, well, just last week in May. There were meetings for the Refresh MacTier community group getting together to talk about next steps, and then they've had a meeting to talk about their views on the arena's future and options and suggestions that they think would be appropriate. in anticipation of meeting back with the township. And beyond that, it's been a number of resident conversations, one-on-one, talking about solid waste, docks, and the library, and MacDonald Refresh.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Of course, Library Board had an opportunity I had to pass up, unfortunately, on getting up to the 12 Mile Bay Cottagers meeting. I was ill at the time, so couldn't attend. They were requesting their attendance by myself for Councillor Predko to talk about garbage. It seems they were able to get things sorted out as it was. And they did have talk with James Steele up in the district. So hopefully that's been taken care of, but we'll see what happens from there. Seg Bay, as usual, I'd like to comment that Seg Bay is, as Arthur's presence here today may testify to, are keeping very, very close connections with the community in many, many different ways. There have been major strides made by that organization in promoting the community, but promoting themselves. And their membership role has grown as a result of it. It's great to see, in my mind, a revitalization of that organization over the last 5+ years. And good to see. It's nice to see Lisa Buck, as a matter of fact, in attendance here today. She did a lot of great work for Seg Bay, and Marlena now is doing a great job as well. Those meetings are always informative. And they've got a great calendar. Get on their website and have a look at it. Pioneer Days are coming up. Remind me of the date, Arthur. It's taking place at Brissett House, afternoon, most of the day. There will be it's a commemoration of the historical background for the community, with a Big Sawyer coming in to do some major log slabbing and a bunch of other things going on. So it'd be a good idea to take that in among many other things that are going on. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through your chair. So I suspect that I was receiving phone calls en route from or away from Councillor Bocek's home, either direction, from those that were visiting him and seeing him at the restaurants as well. My month has been pretty much immersed in phone calls, multiple of which on a daily basis. And I do want to say thank you to my wife and daughter for understanding, as I was taking calls at 11 o'clock at night sometimes as well, which I absolutely want to do and have signed up for. So, but I do have to recognize that they were understanding of that as well. I did attend the event in MacDonald, as did Councillor Bocek and Councillor Predko. We were present as residents to watch and participate in the event. And I also attended a dinner with some community leaders on and around discussions of our communities and the future of our ward, specifically in Ward 3. So that concludes my month. It's been a very busy one, and I did have my standing all association meetings as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. Thank you. I started off my month having a non-profit organization meeting in the Honey Harbor Library facility. They were very open and accommodating, so I just wanted to provide recognition of that. Chad was a big help. He and his department provided me a new shed for the township's fire pump that I have on my property. My side of the bargain was to build a new platform, anchor it to the rock, and set it up so it could be strapped down and never blow away again, because it's blown away 4 or 5 times in high winds. So thank you very much. What? Get a bear bin? Don't think it would fit in a bear bin. It still get blown away. Sorry. I too attended the library board meeting. Attended the water quality training session we had at the Baxter Ward Community Center, yet another event that is held in that fabulous fireside room. I had the opportunity of going out again, doing water quality sampling in Honey Harbor. This time I had to recruit my wife because my other helper wasn't available. I chaired another planning meeting, and this time I have to thank our Director of Planning and our senior planner, Jeff Kratke, who attended our meeting and provided expert redirection on our thoughts and efforts because of the changes coming down from the province. So thank you for that guidance. I also attended our water quality working group meeting chaired by Kim Schieffer, who we have leading the charge on that, and again, another successful meeting. And kind of to sum it up, I had a lovely discussion with my neighbor, not next door, who has a family with 2 kids who have slips. So now they have 3 slips in the family. And the marina policies are that each marina customer is going to pay $200 or $250 per slip for private waste service. So now they're up to $750 for waste services. And she's telling me, given their limited access and use of the cottage by the kids, every time they take a bag of garbage down, it essentially costs them $10. No subsidies, nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
That was a really unbearable story, but I will carry on with the subsidy story. But busy month. It's beginning of the season, opening time, and so on. So, of course, all the local meetings here in early May, special council meeting on the 6th. I'm going to go through all these, most of which you've heard about. 16th was the water quality training session. Great group, really wonderful, including people with doctorates in environmental science. It's really remarkable. 2 of them, I believe. And our staff, of course, yes, she's my doctor. But anyway, I'll stop coaching me. No, so carrying on here, we had district meetings on the 19th and 20th. The 21st, water planning, the planning group, which is referenced by Councillor Hazelton. And then finally on the 28th, a Zoom meeting with the water quality team as well. I just wanted to also mention, though, that I'm a couple of initiatives that I've started, including trying to find people that might actually run for council next go round, and anybody that might take an interest in actually wanting to go to the District of Muskoka for meetings, driving all the way up from the city, tough sell. We should know that. And so trying to help sort of identify people. I'm not recruiting per se, but just trying to identify people. What else? Also trying to assemble some numbered and sort of important prints of the Group of 7. Some people may not be aware that the most famous Canadian artists did a lot of work in our township way back in the 1910s and 20s. And not many people know that, but they are probably, if you went to London, England, to the Tate Gallery, you'd see Group of 7 paintings, and many Brits might know that the Group of 7 are pretty famous. Guess what? They were here and did a lot of painting on Georgian Bay. Maybe we should acknowledge that and know that. So I'm hoping to put together a collection that we can put somewhere in our township. Maybe in this room might be a place, for example, show what we're made of. I've also passed around a piece to our council, a little history piece about Muskoka Mills, because it's another sort of piece of history that basically I believe the first seasonal residents, first residents for that matter, on Georgian Bay, I think was at Muskoka Mills, and built in the 1880s. And the mills were running from 1850, but important to know that stuff. So I gave our council and our CAO a copy of that historic piece, and maybe that can be shared through our library in due course. So that's my story. Thank you.
Thank you. My month was a little bit unusual in that once committee of a whole was done on May 5th, I disappeared for 2 weeks vacation with my wife. It's the first time we've done that in 7 weeks that we take that long a period off. And though I must admit, much to her chagrin, the emails didn't stop. And so I was able to keep up with those, but got back just in time for district week of meetings. And but I highlight a couple things. One was on the I guess it's Wednesday the 20th, the Muskoka Tourism did a annual meeting launch thing, which was quite nice in Gravenhurst. And on the 21st with Ms. Schneier attended the SSEA, where we got this plaque, which is basically Partners for Climate Protection, and it acknowledges that we've reached level 4. We also got a tree, and I have no idea where the tree got planted, but somewhere in the neighborhood. But we got a plaque. What else happened? I think that's really enough to let you know. Obviously attended a bunch of different meetings, but I think that's enough for now. And I'm going to turn it over to the CEO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'm not going to say much. I mean, there's a lot of information there in the staff reports for council to look at. I think as council's aware, we've been very busy, as you can tell by this agenda. We've been running around like headless chickens. I feel sorry for the chickens, but we have. And yeah, it's going to be a busy summer.
All right, thank you. According to my notes, we're now going in. We have closed in bylaws, basically. So you want me to read a long and lengthy? Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano, whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils and municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of a meeting in order to address matters under the following sections 239(2). 1. Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee appointment. 2. Council closed minutes of May 4th. And 3. Legal files listing. Now be it resolved, the Council Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session of council at 2:17 p.m. All those in favor? And that is, well, one vote was slow, but we'll say that's carried.
Charge of that, but
All right, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:55 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. I want to sing rise up, but that's probably not appropriate. Okay. First order of business now, I believe, is with regards to the members that will be appointed, the public members appointed to the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee. So I moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the council appoints the following persons to be public members of the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee: Chris Fellows, Lindsay Jordan, Michael Dider, Penny Middleton, Stephanie Armstrong, Stephen Shell, and Trish Thornton. All those in favor? Oh, one moment, please. Oh. For those who are wondering, we have counselors in the room that are definitely here, but they weren't appearing on the screen. And now they will. All right. Can I call the vote? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Oh, that one. Moved by Councillor Pretko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts the May 4th, 2026 council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. I do that inside. But yeah, okay. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council enact bylaw 2026-037 for the MLEO student appointment. All those in favor? And that is carried. Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, right? Okay. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council enact bylaw 2026-038 for MLEO, or Municipal Law Enforcement Officer appointment, and namely for Wall, Matisse, and McLean. All those in favor? And I got more than enough hands to say that is carried. All right. Now where are we? Okay. Which I have a question. Notes are being taken. Okay, that. Oh, the next. Okay, we got this one. All right. So our next one is moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council enact bylaw 2026-040, Sustainable Communities Advisory Group appointment. And Councillor Graziano, you had a question on that.
Thank you. Are we, I'm sorry, are we picking up someone new or are we dropping off someone new? I just don't know the intent behind this. Thank you, just for clarity.
Yep, so the Georgian Bay Biosphere has a non-voting member representative. One of the current member, Delania, is going off on maternity leave, so they're replacing her.
Thank you.
My mic, I apologize. I'm going to back up for a moment. we've already appointed 7 public persons to the Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee, and now we are to appoint 2 councillors to the Refresh MacTier. Councillor Graziano, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm wondering whether it would be allowed to consider an alternate as well in case one of the 2 councillors is unable to attend.
Is there any issue with that? No. Okay. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, my question was very similar. There was an option giving 2 representatives of 3 representatives, I believe, when we were talking shortly, not that long ago. And there certainly is a ton of carryover information from the past that is going to be brought forward. And I think, and I don't know if this is part of policies or procedures or not, but if one of the councillors that are appointed wishes to step away to bring forward information from a past councillor who was a chair that needs to speak to the committee, is that possible, or is it only upon one of us not being able to make it that the alternate would be asked to fill in?
I'm going to let the clerk respond to that.
So an alternate member would only fill in the absence of an existing member. The concern with 3 members is a mayor by default is ex officio on every single committee and has the right to attend every single meeting. So if we had 3 appointed members or 3 members there regularly, and then the mayor attended as an ex officio, then we have a quorum of council when it's not a council meeting. So that's why we would keep it to 2 ideally. That's the concept, is to keep it to 2, and then the mayor can still attend as ex officio, and then we don't have to worry about quorum matters, or quorum of council matters.
Thank you.
Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And for clarification to the clerk, through you, Mayor, if another councillor wanted to attend as a guest or ex officio as well, would they need to ensure that the mayor wasn't going to be present and we didn't have quorum? Is that a possibility going forward?
Ideally, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm presuming you're nominating yourself, so to speak, or volunteering to be an alternate.
If others will agree, then I will nominate myself as an alternate in case one of the 2 councillors cannot attend.
Yeah.
And or if there's information that's required, one can stay home and I can attend.
So I'm going to suggest Councillors Predko, Wojcik, and alternate Graziano as our appointments. Okay. So I have moved by Councillor, I better not put Predko in here. Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. This is part 2 of an earlier one. Be it resolved, the Council and Act Bylaw 2026-039, Refresh MacTier Advisory Committee, to appoint the following councillors: Councillor Wojcik, Councillor Predko, and alternate Councillor Graziano. All those in favor? And that is carried. I guess you can do it up. Well, you're gonna do the math and all that stuff, right? I put it over there.
Oh, sorry.
Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Wojcik. Be it resolved, the Council adopts Bylaw 2026-041 to confirm the proceedings of the June 1st, 2026 Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. And moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council is now adjourned at 3:04 p.m. Excuse me, until July 13th, 2026 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And we are adjourned, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock for Planning Council. Thank you very much.